I call this meeting to order at 7:01 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum. Chair Courts.
Lazo, Reed, Corelli, Doss, Morozov, Lim,
Present.
Joliker, Kringle, Sherman,
Present.
Smith, Trejo Hernandez,
Present.
Muratov, Connolly,
Present.
Gumarov,
Present.
Hamid, Kaufman,
Present.
Rudy,
Present.
Lucht,
Present.
Gaudio,
Present.
Metellus,
Present.
Rose, Rickett,
Present.
Chauhan,
Present.
Escobar, Naguib,
Present.
Wanjin, Johnson,
Present.
Patel,
Present.
Weiderberg, Green, Hendry, Rubin,
Present.
Borges,
Here.
Alcuda,
Present.
Benesh, Candeloro,
Present.
Collazo,
Present.
Rodriguez,
Present.
Janadra, Pullman,
Present.
Renda,
Present.
Richmond,
Present.
Shen,
Present.
Barilla,
Present.
Vasquez,
Present.
Lipner, Morset.
Joliker.
Present and voting.
Yeah, you can just mark him present.
32 out of 48 quorum is verified.
And then Muratov.
Present and voting.
You can just mark him present. Yeah.
33 out of 48 quorum is verified.
Okay. All right. Approval of the minutes. Everyone, go ahead, take a look at last meeting's minutes. And is there a motion to approve last meeting's minutes? Any objections? All right. Seeing none, last meeting's minutes are approved. Approval of the agenda. Everyone, go ahead, take a look at this meeting's agenda. And is there a motion to approve this meeting's agenda? Any objections? Seeing none, this meeting's agenda is approved. Open forum. Is there anyone wishing to speak in open forum? All right, come on up.
Testing. Okay. I'm here just waving in favor of Senate Bill 5656. I'm always going to be a big fan of transparency. We don't need Pete Hegseth level signal chat transparency, but justifying why somebody does not get to a position that they apply for is quite frankly the least that you can do when they are putting themselves on the line and trying to serve the student body by advancing. In this particular instance, I believe the justification was day at the Capitol, so advancing legislative matters, but also just in general, it's an important factor. People are putting themselves out there, and quietly dismissing them doesn't really get anyone anywhere. Thank you.
Morozov.
Present and voting.
Senator Morozov, present and voting, so noted at 7:04 p.m. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in open forum? All right, seeing none. President Morset.
Present and voting.
President Morset, present and voting, so noted at 7:04 p.m. Announcements from the student body president, President Lister.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Hi, Senate. I hope you all had a great week so far. First off, on Monday, thank you to Chief of Staff Blanco for planning the Charging Forward Forever event. That was an event to help celebrate graduates this semester. It's pretty much the same style of event that was named Senior Send-Off last year, but we decided to change the name around because seniors doesn't include graduate students. And so graduate students felt more, welcome at this event because it was called Charging Forward Forever. It might be changed next year as well. Also, thank you to GAC Polera, the GAP chair, and all of our attendees for making the UCF Day at the Capitol a huge success this year. It was my first time there as with UCF, and that was a really fun time. I enjoyed talking about the legislative priorities for the university. Lastly, thank you to everyone who attended Eternal Nights yesterday. I was grateful to speak and help honor the 7 UCF students who passed in this past year. Thank you, everyone, and have a great weekend.
All right. Are there any questions for President Lister Varela?
Yeah. Hello. Thank you for being here. During GAP today, we had some discussions about the Day of the Capitol, and then also some executive discussions. And there's some questions we had, so I'm just going to ask you a few of those that we came up with.
Go ahead.
So in our initial correspondence about selection with the GAC, we were told 44 applicants were selected, but according to a list that the GAP chair has, there's 39 people participating in groups. Can you explain that discrepancy?
I was not included in that group, and then I think the discrepancy there is that there were 3 individuals who were not in groups because they weren't contributing to the advocacy, that being Director of Communications Valak, Graphic Design Coordinator Malone, myself, probably I was not on that list because I was with the trustees, but I was still advocating. So they probably weren't on that list just because they weren't in groups, and also GAC Polera herself just because they were not assisting in that. So Anna and Zoe were taking videos and pictures. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess for clarification, like the 44 applicants selected that we were told, like not include people who weren't going to be part of the normal advocacy groups.
I'd have to probably take a look at the list you're referring to so I don't say anything that's incorrect.
Awesome, thank you. Another question is, the Chief Justice had to drop out pretty soon, before Day of the Capitol, and another justice took his place. Was that seat offered to the justice by the Chief Justice, or was that like a wait list that the GAC had that was then filled?
I don't believe there was a wait list. That's not what happened there. I think GAC Polera thought it was fair to keep another justice in that position, and Justice Nunez had similar qualifications to Daniel, or Chief Justice Rivera, and so that's why she was selected.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. All right, announcements from the student body Vice President Brawley.
Good evening, Senate. Thank you to everyone who attended Day at the Capitol. This week, besides Day at the Capitol, I had a faculty Senate meeting where Dr. King was reelected chair. And to finish up the year, I have one more ABSI meeting, another Interfaith Council meeting, and several transition meetings with the Vice President-elect, and several days of Provost Search Committee meetings.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. Oh, are you doing?
Bryce, Chief Kyler's report.
Okay. All right, Comptroller's report given by President Lister.
Okay. Kylie says, hey everyone, happy Thursday. I had a meeting with the Sports Club Council and met the new executive board members. We edited their constitution and added the judicial board. She said, I updated and reviewed all expenses for all the branches. I have begun working on finishing touches on her transition binder. I have a meeting, this is a quote from her, so it's not personally me. I have a meeting with Fong since Brenda is out of office to go over the new activity and service fee training process. So please text me any questions or concerns you have with the course so I can add it to my points to add. This is the most important. I can't do without you guys helping me. For the balances, CRT has $706.26 remaining with a 3.86% reversion rate. FAO has $878.51 with a 2.77% reversion rate. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, are you giving the AG report too?
Did John text you anything? Then there's no report from the AG
All
today.
right, Attorney General's report, none. Cabinet forum, also none. Announcements from the Chief Justice Rivera.
Hello, Senate. The Judicial Council is now beginning our transition season, and all of my chairs are setting up their transition binders as well as leadership. And we're clearing our advising docket as student conduct also lowers their caseload for this summer. Last week, we held our judicial review hearing, and I just posted the opinion of the Judicial Council. And by a unanimous vote of 13-0, the Judicial Council ruled that Internal Bill 5627 is unconstitutional and may not be enacted. That's it for me. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, announcements from the Supervisor of Election, Supervisor Brown.
Hey everyone, I hope you're doing great. There's a lot of Title VI bills on the floor today, many of which were written to help with the recommendations I made in my memorandum last week. I'll be back in the back of the room for most of the meeting today for any questions you may have. But if you see my name sponsoring the bill, please know it's likely because it was based off my recommendation I gave y'all previously.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. Announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee Chair, none. Announcements from the Scholarship Committee Chair, none. Caucus reports, APAA Caucus Chair Lim.
Hi, everyone. Happy second to last Senate meeting. Last Friday, we held the APIA Market Day with MSC and APAC, and it was successful. Shout out to Senator Wanjin, my vice chair, and Chair Lipner for helping with breakdown. Thanks, everyone.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Black Caucus Chair Metellus.
Hi, everyone. I hope you all had a great week so far. Black Caucus will be meeting tomorrow morning for our final meeting. In this meeting, we will discuss final initiative updates as well as what we want to see from the caucus in the next session.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Disability Caucus Chair Johnson.
Hi guys, don't forget ASL Day is next Tuesday at 3 o'clock in the Health Science 1 atrium.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Latin Hispanic Caucus Chair Escobar Vasquez.
Today was UCF's Day of Giving. HSI is available to donate their Vamos Nights Fund to assist Latin Hispanic students. And then yesterday we had our last caucus meeting. I wanted to give a special shout out to Chair Escobar for guiding the caucus in a great direction.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. LGBTQ plus Caucus Chair Banesh. I don't think either. Okay, I'll read it out. We'll be having a meeting next week just to close out the session. Me and Vice Chair Green will be speaking at. Okay. Any questions? All right. Seeing none. Military and Veterans Caucus Chair Collazo.
Hi, everyone. So we had our last meeting this past Tuesday. We discussed transition materials, what we are going to improve for next year, and the things that we're going to keep consistent. Just a reminder that this Saturday is Family Fun Day to recognize the month of the military child. And this month we also have the Military Student Stole Ceremony, where the center recognizes all the military students here on campus who are graduating.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Women's Caucus Chair Lazo. Not here. I don't think the vice chair. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Hi, everyone. So our last meeting is next Thursday at 12 p.m. And that's it.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Arab Ad Hoc Caucus Chair Alcuda.
Hi, everyone. The last Arab Caucus meeting is this Tuesday, April 15th at 12:30. We will also be seeing Internal Bill 5658 and Resolution 5626 to establish a permanent status for the Arab Caucus tonight. So that is very exciting. Otherwise, that's it from me.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Sustainability Ad Hoc Caucus Chair Lipner, not present. Okay, I'll read this one out. Hi, Senate. The caucus met this week to discuss our future goals, plan our final tabling session in partnership with the UCF Arboretum next week at Market Wednesday, and offer caucus members a sneak peek at our finalized design for the Earth Day sweatshirt. Additionally, we will be seeing a resolution and internal bill to permanently instate the caucus this week, and I will be tuning in via the live stream and have sent a speech to the speaker to read out on my behalf. Finally, next week's meeting will be our last of the session, and I will be at bringing sustainability source snacks to celebrate all the work we've accomplished. Thank you all. I will say it is being sent to the pro tempore since I'm the chair. I'm not reading it. Any questions? All right, seeing none. Intercampus and Transfer Ad Hoc Caucus Chair Varela.
Sorry, lost the agenda. Hey y'all, just remember to all, sorry, especially the ICTC members, that we have our last meeting of the session tomorrow at 3:30 our normal time. Also, just want to let you know that ICTC has a resolution being seen today, or maybe being seen today, depending on how far we get through this legislation. That means Senator Banesh have worked really closely with the University Registrar Brian Boyd on. He's been super helpful. It's been super awesome. And I just wanted to give a big congrats to her ahead of time, because it's something she's been working basically all session on. It's, I think, a really important stuff for transfer students, but we'll address that when we get to it. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Announcements from the Senate President. Okay. Hi, everyone. Next week is our last meeting, hopefully. Assuming we get through the legislation tonight, we'll see how tonight goes. Be prepared to possibly have a special session. Hopefully we don't, but we'll see how tonight goes. I'm not going to get on my soapbox about this, but in order for us to not have a special session, we got to move through as effectively, efficiently, as concisely as possible. So I would say if we're in debate for a bill that's, it's going to pass, and you have a really, really good point, that's awesome. It might be the meeting to keep it to yourself, which is just how it's going to go. If you really, really want to get it out, you could always send a Teams message to the author of the bill or something like that. But again, if it's one of those things that it's going to pass, it was a really good point, we might just have to let it go because we have a lot on the agenda. I think we can get through it. I really think we can do it. But just everyone needs to lock in. A lot of us weren't here last last meeting, but I'll probably be setting 2-minute timers. There's going to be 2-minute timers on answering questions and then also in debate. So everyone has 2 minutes to speak. If you have a point that you want to say, I recommend just kind of writing it out on a little Word document and then just going from there. We don't have the time to all be talking. So again, if it's going to be a bill that is going to pass, it's kind of like one of those obvious ones, then we can just kind of make the motions and then keep it moving. So let's all just kind of be aware of that. Again, I know not to harp on this, but if you have a really good point, but it's absolutely going to pass, that's great. But we got to keep it moving. All right. Passing of the gavel. I think the invitations, they were due on April 7th. So yeah, I hope to see everyone there. Again, transition binders, Chief Justice Rivera reminds me about this. For leadership, especially, I think what they did last year was they emailed it to themselves and then pinned it on the inbox. So when the new person gets the email, it's just right there. So do that and also copy me on the email. If anyone has any, you need help with the transition binder, because caucus chairs also, I think you guys know this, to also be doing one as well. Feel free to reach out and I can help you guys out. For caucus chairs, you don't necessarily have to copy me. You can if you want to, but don't feel the need to. But definitely for committee chairs, and I would say pro temp's office and speaker's office, if you email it, that's what I recommend. Emailing it to yourself and then pinning it at the top. And then also copy me. But yeah, any questions about transition binders, but be getting ready for that. And I'll be looking for those emails to make sure that's getting done. And again, the anonymous Dropbox, are there any questions for myself? All right, seeing none, internal legislative assistant report, Ayala Okuda.
Hello again. Not much from me as SGLC and SLC have concluded, but we will be seeing internal bill 5657, which restructures and reorganizes the responsibilities of ELA and ILA tonight. Additionally, we will also be seeing resolution 5627, which makes improvements to the Senate Leadership Council. That's it for me.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, external legislative assistant report, ELA Richmond.
Reminder to CC me on all emails with reporters.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, Senate President Pro Tempore report, Pro Tem Morissette.
Hello, everyone. Just another reminder to fill out the initiative tracker for both committee chairs as well as individuals. Want to make sure everything's up to date on that. Senate President already kind of talked about transition binders, but I will have one that's both digital and physical for anyone that wanted to run for my position next year, just mostly for the transitionary period. Not all of it will be in the physical binder, mostly it will be digital. And also want to harp as well, if anyone had any ideas about how fiscal leadership should be handling the RSO reformation, please email myself or D-Leg Colazo as well, since we're going to have a fiscal leadership meeting before the end of the session. Want to make sure everybody that had an input that's not fiscal leadership had their voices heard. But that's all for me.
Any questions? Oh, Weiderberg.
Present and voting.
Senator Weiderberg, present and voting, so noted at 7:20 p.m. All right, seeing no questions. Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs report, De La Colazo.
So for today's legislation, there's none first reading. Hooray! For third reading, it's 5 internal bills, 1 resolution, 1 special act. And for second reading, it's 22 internal bills, 12 resolutions, and 6 proclamations. And I know that number seems really scary, but I will say that some internal bills and some resolutions are actually together, conjoined, because of they're changing it in statutes and it has to change in Senate rules. And the authors will take care of making a motion to see them as a block. So just be aware of that. I will say amendments are okay and the intentions of bills can change depending on debate. I'm saying this because last meeting, for those of you who were not here, we got really strung up on this one bill for some reason, that the intention of the bill was changing and the amendments and we should send it back. And I made the point that there is no point of sending it back. This is it. That's it. Like, we don't have any more time. Let's just go with the flow. Debates, debating, like make your debate, make your amendment and move on. With that being said, like Senate President Pullman said, use your time wisely. I will say the 2 minutes that the president implemented worked really well. We worked really efficiently, so keep that in mind. And also look at the vote count of bills. It'll tell you exactly what you need to know. If the committee liked it, that means we think that you all will like it. So just keep that in mind.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations report, none. Old business, none. Fiscal Committee caucus time, none. All right, Fiscal Committee reports. CRT Committee, Vice Chair Shen.
Okay, Chair Karen Go apologizes for not being here. I'm sure he's currently busy right now, but we did meet on Monday. We approved Eternal Bill 5661 and set the total approved amount to $0 for allocations, 56,400 and 56,385. Very short meeting, but it was a good time.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. FAO Committee, Chair Kaufman.
Very sad, but we had our final meeting of the session due to passing of the gavel being held at the same time we meet next Tuesday. At our meeting, we amended the total amount to $0 for allocation 56,176. We saw Internal Bill 5660, which passed 8-0 and Internal Bill 5661, which passed 9-0 And congrats to Chair Rose, Senator Sherman, and Senator Lucht for winning the fiscal Jeopardy I made.
All right, any questions? All right, seeing none. ORS Committee, Chair Rose.
At the last meeting, we approved 4 VPFs.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Fiscal legislation, none. Internal committee reports, ENA committee, neither are here. Oh, go ahead.
Escobar told me to read out his announcements, but this week in ENA, we saw 5 internal bills. Internal Bill 5663 failed with a vote count of 2 to 6-0. Internal Bill 5664, 66, 67, and 68 all passed first reading.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. GAP Committee, Chair Vasquez.
Give me 2 seconds, sorry. Hi, Senate. Shout out to all the senators who attended today at the Capitol. I'm proud of the work we did on the advocacy agenda and our role in the execution of the event. Today in GAP, we had an in-depth discussion of how day at the Capitol went and what could have been improved on so that I could leave it in the GAP chair transition binder. If you were not in that conversation today, feel free to send me a message so I can include anything you think should be included so I can advocate on your behalf as senators. Also, the GAP committee voted in favor of sponsoring both internal bills 5655 and 5656. That's it.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. LJR Committee, Chair Quartz.
Hello, Senate. This week, LJR saw 11 internal bills, 8 resolutions, and 6 absence requests. All the internal bills and resolutions passed favorably in committee. For absences, Janadra, Naguib, Metellus, Rodriguez, Hamid, and Rickett all approved 3-0. Today was our last LJR meeting of the session, so if your absence was not seen, consider it null. Everyone who was not seen today for absences are not at risk of being dismissed. And next week is our last meeting, so there's really no point in dismissing anybody anyway.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. SBA Committee, Chair Hamid, Vice Chair Vasquez.
Hi again. Yesterday was Eternal Nights. Thank you to everyone in attendance. Special thanks to Chair Hamid, Chair Lazo, Chair Kaufman, and Chair Quartz for helping set up the seal and the event prior to the ceremony. This week, Chair Hamid nor I were able to chair SBA because of Day at the Capitol, so thank you, Chair Lazo and Ayala Al-Quda for chairing on our behalf. They saw 3 resolutions and 6 proclamations, which all passed first reading.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Confirmations, none. Internal legislation. Notice of legislation on first reading, none. Notice of legislation on third reading. Internal Bill 5647, updates to Title III, Senate apportionment. Senator Escobar, Pro Temp Morset. Is there a motion for a 5-10-10? Any objections? All right, seeing none. Oh, sorry. And is there a motion also for 2-minute answers in questioning and then 2-minute debate in debate? Any objections? All right, seeing none, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, after last week's amendments, this bill isn't changing too much now. A lot of it's just grammatical things, making them more streamlined, changing the name of the projections that we use in the registrar's office to what it's now currently called, as well as changing it to where if an officer changes their seat in Senate or changes colleges, they'll still have their position and they won't have to rerun for their position. But that should be all. With that, you get to questioning.
I can't open the document. It's not opening for me. Okay, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Sorry, I can't open the document. Yeah, it's not doing like the open link thing when I right click. Colazo.
It's not working for me either. I don't think it's working for any of us.
Like no one is on. Who is on the thing right now? No one is on it. You're on it. You're on it. You're on it. You're on it. Okay, so a few of us are on it. Vasquez.
What I usually do is I just click on like the area and then go to insert link and then I just like copy the link that's there.
Insert link. What is this number?
You can also find all these things in the Senate channel under files and then current legislation.
Yeah, but that's a lot of work.
47.
What is insert link? We are wasting precious time. Oh God. Why isn't this working?
Jason.
Oh yeah.
I have an idea. If you're on the document, just move your icon like down to the next legislation. And if you're not on it, then just click on it. Oh, well, I'm on it. Yeah, I just like right click it and then you just hit open link. I don't know.
It's just how I did. Okay. All right. Okay.
There's no link.
Colazo.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Okay, seeing none, we're now in debate. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Metellus.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 31-0-1, Internal Bill 5647 passes on third reading. Lazo.
Present and voting.
Deeser Lazo, present and voting, so noted at 7:29 p.m. All right, Internal Bill 5648 updates to Title 8. Outside funding transparency. Chair Kaufman, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, I will keep it brief, but for those that were not here last week, this bill passed unanimously. It ensures that there is transparency between RSOs and the FAO committee so that they can have basically as much information as possible when making decisions to allocate funds. Again, this is not so we can pick and choose based on what an RSO receives, but for us to potentially help those requesting to utilize their resources the best and not have to go through ORS.
All right, any questions? If not, Luke.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Lim.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 34-0, Internal Bill 5648 passes on third reading. Internal Bill 5650, CRT Committee recommended updates to Title 8, Chair Kringle. That's unfortunate. Do you want to take this one up?
No, they can do it. They can do it.
This is or Vice Chair Shin? Do you want to go for it? All right, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready. Okay. All right, Pro Tem Morissette, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Yeah, this just limits, the amount of funding that they can go with the allocations for all the categories already in CRT. This also, it just limits everything and also allows them to overturn the timeline for non-US citizens. And that's pretty much it, but I will get to questions if you have any questions.
All right, Collazo.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to into debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Collazo.
These are essentially just general revisions that the CRT committee discussed, and I was present. I think the thing that we took a lot of attention to is with non-citizens, because we were finding that their visas weren't getting approved in time, and then they were reverting 100% back. So just making sure that they are aware that their process is a little more difficult and it requires a little more time. And with that, I move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw just for this purpose of maybe debate? Okay, Borges.
Yeah, sorry, I had a question.
Okay, sorry.
I see that research presentation, performance art, and observational research are all now 400. What was the reasoning to make them all equal?
Collazo, yeah.
I'm going to yield that to Senator Kumaro.
Yeah, basically, these numbers were all set like to previous CRT people. And so we kind of just sat around as like a team and we looked at, okay, how much were we actually sending to people? How much did they use? And things like that. So we all decided like these were the numbers that we felt comfortable to bring them all to.
Collazo.
Yeah, to add on to that, if I may, I do want to be transparent that we kind of did go over a little bit on the budget, right? So we were trying to think about, one, how to efficiently support students, but also how to not overspend and making sure that we are able to allocate more funding to more students. So that was our perspective and our thought process.
Any further debate? Courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 33 to 0, Internal Bill 5650 passes on third reading. All right, Internal Bill 5651 updates to Title III, allowing any senator to motion to vote on a presidential appointee, Chair Kringle. All right, Pro Tem Morissette.
This bill just allows any senator to make the vote instead of just limiting it to ENA and the pro temp. I get to question.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Lim.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? Gaudio.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 32 to 0, Internal Bill 5651 passes on third reading. All right, Internal Bill 5655 updates to Title IX. Senator Muratov, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yes, I'm ready. So this is the third view of bill made by me, 5655.
that was made after the events. I think we all know by this point. The events about the DATC, Day at the Capitol win. Long story short, like a half of the Gap people from Gap were denied without any, reasonable explanation, and therefore this bill is trying at least to alleviate some of the problems in future for a DATC event by first making to publish clear objective eligibility criteria for participation in the event, and also to provide written notification to all decisions applicant within 5 academic days of the decision, detailing the specific rationale for denial based on the published criteria upon applicant's request. And I think, so it was approved on the second reading almost unanimously. I think all people would be majority of people would be in favor of this bill. And with this, I would yield my time.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Morissette.
Just to clarify, where it says 30 academic days prior to the start of application process, this would require the coordinator to publish all the criteria 30 days and then have for example, 2 to 3 weeks for just application decision-making process.
Yes, it would basically mean, in 30 days, there should be established criteria. They can be very simple, like the merit-based.
All right. Chair Hamid.
Present voting.
Chair Hamid, present and voting, so noted at 7:38 p.m. Any further questions? Ruben.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. You guys have 10 minutes. Metellus.
Move to vote. Oh.
I object.
Do you withdraw? All right, Gaudio.
Move to see my amendments.
All right, there's been a motion to see Vice Chair Gaudio's amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Hey, these are just some very minor grammatical changes just to make it a little easier to read. It's not, hopefully, not actually changing anything about it. That's all there is to it. I yield.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? All right, courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? Smith.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on the amendment. All right, with a vote count of 31 to 0 to 1, the amendment passes. We're still in debate on the bill. Metellus.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any amendments? Any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 29 to 2 to 2, internal bill 5655 passes on third reading. Next, resolution 5622, resolution calling for the end of hazing at UCF, Senator Escobar. Lazo.
Yeah, unfortunately, Senator Escobar could not be with us here today, so he asked me to look over this bill. For those of you that were not here with us at the last meeting, this bill did pass unanimously, and I think that this bill has an incredible message given the state of hazing that we are at UCF. And I think not only as student leaders, but as students ourselves, we all care a great amount for this campus, and we want what's best for this campus. And calling for the end of hazing at UCF, or for a motion to start ending hazing at UCF, is one of the ways that we can move forward with that. The bill as it was the last week was a great starting point. And as you can see, there's a lot of amendments right now. We went back and we worked with the director of OSI, Shane Jensen. He helped us a lot in figuring out how this bill can best be served to end hazing, period. A lot of the things that you're going to see here are just things that you would think in general are things that a campus should understand, that no student, no member of this campus deserves to be treated or felt like they are any less, regardless of what club or team or organization or part of student identity they believe they are. There's also some facts here. 55% of college students involved in clubs, teams, and organizations experience hazing, yet 9 out of 10 students who have experienced hazing in college do not consider themselves to have been hazed. I want that number to be 0 out of 10 students have been hazed. I do not want to hear stories of students having their college lives ruined or lives ending because of hazing. And this is just one of the ways that we can do that. And seeing that there's a lot of amendments, move to questioning.
All right, we're now line for questioning. Joliker.
Whose idea was it, and what was the reasoning for some of the eliminations in these amendments, such as calling out the specific organizations involved?
Are you asking whose idea it was for the bill or whose idea it was for the amendment?
For the amendments.
Point of
can we-
order. We are in discussion on the bill, not amendments to the bill. We could say questions on amendments for when we go over the amendments.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Any questions about the bill? All right, Collazo.
To debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? All right, seeing now we're now in debate. Lazo.
Motion to see, they're going to be seen as Bobby's and I'm picking them up. That is motion to see Senator Escobar's amendments. That's going to be, sorry, someone.
Do you want to see them like differently or?
Yeah, there's differently because there's certain things that are different. So for example, the first one that I want to see, these are technically, can I see the one that's changing it from rules to code as technicals?
Yeah.
Okay. So motion to see those as technicals. And then can I also motion to see mine and Senator Escobar's together as a block?
Yeah, there's been a motion. So that would be like every other amendment or no, except for, okay, I see Metellus. Okay. There's been a motion to see Lazo's and Escobar's amendments. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none whenever you're ready, and let's try to keep it to like the 2-minute timer.
Okay, I'm gonna speed over them. Some of the things that I'm adding is a extra statistic that was given to me by OSI. Some of the things that we are removing is the specification of Greek life, because Greek life isn't, while it's the most prominent or the one that's been spotlighted the most, it's not the only organization where hazing can happen. And we want this to be a tool for future anti-hazing initiatives. And by like signaling out, we're just gonna isolate more, we're gonna alienate more. Hazing can happen in marching nights. Hazing can happen in a business fraternity. Hazing can happen in any sort of student organization. By singling out Greek life, we kind of eliminate the point of the hazing bill. I also added a couple of things from recommendation of OSI, further definition of hazing, further definition of who can be hazed, and that includes RSOs, sports clubs, fraternities, sororities, athletic teams, yada, yada, yada. And then there is an extra one at the bottom that kind of just, I think to me, fleshes out the meaning of the bill a bit more. And I yield the rest of the time to, oh, sorry. And then I also added OSI at the bottom of the be it further resolved, because OSI is also implementing an initiatives through all of there when they manage all RSOs to basically be an anti-hazing management tool. And that's kind of what they want to use this resolution for as well. And now I yield to questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Gumrov, Metellus.
I have a question actually for you, Speaker, because it's been a second since I've done this. Am I able to motion to see like my amendment on an amendment? Because I don't want it to get approved and all that stuff.
Yeah, I think you can.
I'm gonna wait for debate for that.
Okay. Metellus.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion. Are there any objections? All right, seeing now we're now in debate. Okay, Gumrov.
Okay, yeah, now I just motion to see my amendment. It's just removing the have come to light thing.
Can I point of order that?
Yeah, I
Or
was
point
gonna
of
say at the
information
top.
that? So grammatically, you would have to just kind of rework the entire sentence because it's recent allegations, subject line, have come to light verb. So you would have to kind of switch that around.
Yeah. See, like at the top, it says recent allegations of hazing.
Yeah.
Have come
If
to light.
you take out the have come to light, it's an incomplete
Well,
sentence.
there's two have come to light, so that's why I'm just a little bit confused. No, yeah, not the one in the actual sentence. There's like an extra one at the end. that I
Okay,
think-
perfect. Sorry, I was just confused because
Yeah, I
a
think
lot
he
of
just
amendments.
I think he just maybe forgot to delete it. So
Okay, thank you. Then I'm okay with seeing that as a friendly.
Okay, yeah, we'll see this friendly. Okay. Collazo.
I will be voting in favor of these amendments. Move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections?
I object.
You object. Okay, do you withdraw? for time purposes. Do you withdraw? Okay. Joliker, do you have debate?
My single concern, perhaps the senators will disagree with me, and that's okay if you all do. But I personally believe that specifically not including some of the specific organizations involved in this is, in essence, neutering the bill in a way. The way I see it, they need to be made an example of. Yes, this is to apply for future incidents as well. But I don't think it's a good idea to leave it so vague as to they can all just shrug it off. Furthermore, which section is it? There's one section in here. Let me see. Let's see the Metellus amendment here.
We're not on that amendment yet.
No?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is just Escobar and Lazo.
Okay. Well, then I'll save that one for them. But it's just the way I see it, we do need to be calling some of them out, and that may hurt some feelings for people that are in Greek life specifically. But y'all have been doing some stuff. We got to call you out. And I'm done.
All right. Metellus, Lazo, Clauso.
So yeah, I will be voting in favor of these amendments, and I would like to talk about the statements that were just stated. The reason why we decided to not call out specific organizations anymore is because after talking to the Shane, who I believe is his title is the director of OSI, he recommended that this be less specific to these orgs, because one, that would make this bill kind of outdated when we want it to be something that is going to be here for a long time. And he also suggests that if this becomes more general and calls out a lot of orgs that do this, not just specific Greek orgs that have come to light in recent years, then we can use this as a powerful piece in a lot of spaces. He even said that this could be used in hazing courses, or anti-hazing courses, I should say, and be put up in a lot of different spaces. He stated that if we are going to be so specific to what happened recently, although the events are very unfortunate, I do not stand for them whatsoever. If we decide to be so specific, then this bill will have less of an impact than we want from it. If it is a bit more general, because a lot of organizations do haze, not just Greek life, then we can have this as something that the entire student body can see and learn from.
Okay, I'm gonna ask, do you want to build onto that, or I was gonna ask for a motion because I think we know how we're gonna vote. Okay, go ahead.
Senator Metellus covered it, but I also wanted to build onto that, because if we are worrying about why specifically we chose not to include this, it's also redundant, because when you look up UCF Greek Lives and you look up the individual chapters, it'll tell them when they were suspended and why they were suspended, including hazing, as well as the fact that there was an anti-hazing bill that was just passed by former President Biden that has to have websites in every single university that explains here's hazing behavior and how we ended it, and that would include UCF Greek Life stuff. So we don't need to do it; it would just be redundant, and it ruins the efficacy of the bill.
Okay, I'll take a motion. Courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendments. Are there any objections? Do you object? Okay, do you withdraw? All right, go ahead.
Question for you, Speaker. Can I make a statement about another statement that I didn't appreciate that he stated? I just really quickly, I didn't like the y'all messed up. These were these specific organizations. My organization does not haze, and I don't want to make it seem like all of us haze and everybody was a part of this. My organization does not haze, and I know I am a person who's in a Greek organization in the Senate, and I do not want it to seem at all like in any form I am defending these organizations for the actions they committed, because I do not stand for it. And I just, that y'all messed up statement really hit me, because I don't stand for it, and I had no part in this, and I just wanted to state that. Sorry.
All right, courts.
Move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures on the amendments. Just Lazos and Escobars. All right, with a vote count of 31 to 1, the amendments pass. All right, Metellus.
Motion to see my amendments.
There's been a motion to see Chair Metellus amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
All right. Like I stated earlier, a lot of these amendments are based off of a conversation I had with the director of the Office of Student Involvement because he wanted this resolution to be able to have a wider impact. And so I fixed some of the verbiage to his recommendations, such as eliminating all fraternity and sorority chapters to all organizations, removing Greek life facilities, and that it has to be hung up in those chapter houses, because he also stated that that's something that's extremely unlikely, and replacing that with this resolution will be sent out to all registered student organizations, presidents, and advisors. I also added in that Student Senate recommends that UCF create an anti-hazing task force, because that is something that Shane also stated that he would love for us to call upon, and that's something that he would be interested in working on, and wanted that in this bill as well. And lastly, I removed the respective Greek councils, and in their place, I believe Senator Lazo added Office of Student Involvement to be a bit more over encompassing with who we want this to go to. With that, I yield to question.
All right, we're now line for questioning. More so.
During your meeting and conversation with Director, I don't know how to say his last name, but of OSI, did he say anything that this body could do outside of just this resolution that could actually enact anything other than probably passing this, maybe having conversations with leaders within Greek life or Greek life or anything like that?
I know that task force is one of the main things that he brought up, and I don't want to speak for him, but I'm sure he would be happy for student government to help with that and help with any anti-hazing efforts, and I'm sure he would be supportive of anything that we come up with ourselves.
All right. If there are no further questions, I'll take a motion. Collazo.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Collazo.
I will be voting in favor. I spoke with the director as well, and based on his plan of action, I believe these amendments are realistic and feasible if we want to handle the situation encompassing everything, but it's because it's not just fraternity and sorority life. There are other RSOs and other organizations that are unfortunately hazing students. So I'll be voting in favor of these amendments. With that, I move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote on the amendments. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 33 to 1 to 0, resolution 5622 passes on third reading. All right, Special Act 5602. Oh, shoot. My bad, I'm so sorry. Okay, we're still in debate on the bill. Collazo.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, now we're in voting procedures on the bill. The unanimous pass. Also, if I didn't say that, I think I said that out loud. All right, with the vote count of 34 to 0 to 1, resolution 5622 passes on third reading. All right, Special Act 5602, creation of Senate Rule 1, mission statement and values. Deezer Lazo, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right, just wanted to preface that this did pass last meeting unanimously. I don't really think that it should be called a special act, but I just wanted to change a couple of the Senate rules, add something that I think is important to all of us, and that for future senators to have a guiding almost document that guides our ethics, our mission statement, our values, and that unites us under a unified mission statement. Kind of inspired this from other schools in the Florida system, including USF and FSU. They use a mission statement. I also inspired a little bit from their values, and I chose to keep that value list small. If you guys have been here since the beginning of the 56th session, you might remember signing that first proclamation as part of our mock Senate. It's kind of something like that. We're expanding on those values that we all choose to strive and to uphold as senators. And I kept that small so that future senators at their orientations or further along the year, depending on the context of their years, they can expand that as well. I also took a little bit of inspiration from our fellow judicial branch. They do have a code of ethics that they use in their oh my God, blanking, that they use in their business as part of the Judicial Council. There was an amendment made that I can yield to Dila Colazo if he would so like to explain it more, that kind of separates how the judicial branch works and how legislative branch works. There are things that obviously we can't be completely impartial and neutral for when it's putting the student needs first, but I still want us to be putting just what I said, student needs first. Whatever you do outside of Senate, whatever affiliations and organizations you're part of, should not be affecting your ability to be a representative and for all 1,000 of your constituents. And like I said, these are kind of also used by other schools, not just in Florida. Oakland Community College uses a code of ethics, impartiality, neutrality. They also use a mission statement. And this mission statement is also a broad way to tell students what we aim to accomplish every session, compounded by the values that we have selected, that we can add on. There's a lot of confusion as to what Senate does and what student government as a whole does. I want to clarify that for students that are looking on our website and seeing what is Senate. And one of the ways that we can do that is through our mission statement. As leaders at UCF, upholding our unity, informing communities, maintaining our respect for one another and all of our other students, that starts with us. So I think having that in our Senate rules and having it as our Senate Rule 1 is kind of a great way that we can start our session following those rules. And that's it for me. I yield the rest of my time.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Remember, you guys have 10 minutes. Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Colazo.
Yeah, I'll speak a little bit about Teacher Lasso's point about what I made changes to this particular Senate rule. So if you go to 1.03, there's a sentence saying, recognizing that not all Senate actions equally demand neutrality, senators are encouraged to exercise professional judgment in determining when impartiality is most essential. I did that sentence in there because we are elected by our constituencies, so we serve in the best interest of them. So we can't necessarily be impartial all the time, but I think when it comes to, non-compliances, censures, and impeachment, I think that's when we can exercise our professional judgment and being impartial and neutral. And then to actually give the mission statement and values meaning, I added 1.04, which requires every new Senate to amend it if they believe their mission or values have changed. So essentially, it will replace the proclamation that we first passed. Well, we didn't pass it.
You have 1 minute remaining in your debate time.
So it's like 5600. So instead of doing that, we'll actually have an actual resolution that will pass if we want to amend our values and our missions.
All right, Rickett.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 33 to 101, Special Act 5602 passes on third reading. All right, notice of legislation on second reading, Internal Bill 5636, updates to Title 11, paid endorsements. Senator Borges, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Just to clarify, it's Title 6. But hey, so if you pay for an endorsement, we should know that. I yield the questioning.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Any questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Colazo.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, Joliker.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 33 to 0, Internal Bill 5636 passes on second reading. All right, Internal Bill 5649 updates Title 3, moving times of adjournment to Senate rule. Senator Gaudio, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
I move to see this as a block with resolution 5621.
All right, there's been a motion to see Internal Bill 5649 and Resolution 5621 as a block. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Alrighty, so what this is this pair of legislation is fairly straightforward and simple. Basically, all it is doing is just taking the times that we convene and the times that we adjourn it, taking them out of Title III and moving them under the Senate rules, with the idea being that the times we meet and adjourn are wholly internal to the Senate. It doesn't really affect the other branches other than how long they have to stay to give a report. And so it should be solely up to us when that gets changed. So it's just putting it in a nice, convenient little spot. It's not really changing anything, just pushing it from here to there. I yield.
All right. We're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? If Gomrov.
Move the debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Rickett.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures on Internal Bill 5649 and Resolution 5621. All right, with a vote count of 32 to 2 to 0, Internal Bill 5649 and Resolution 5621 pass on second reading. All right, Internal Bill 5652 updates Title III, unobjectable, I don't know if it's an unobjectionable vote of no confidence, CRT Chair Kringle. Who wants to pick this one up? Colazo. All right, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. Sorry. Chair Kringle submitted a bill in regards to making a motion a motion for a vote of no confidence is to be in an unobjectable motion. I think that's a pretty self-explanatory. So I yield.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Gaudio.
Move to see my amendment.
There's been a motion to see Vice Chair Gaudio's amendment. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
So this does kind of fundamentally alter the bill in that I do not like the idea that a vote of no confidence can only be made once every 3 calendar months, because what could happen is, say, a vote of no confidence is moved against a particular officer, it goes through and it fails, whether by a slim margin or what have you, and then say a month later, either something else of note comes up or there's just some grounds for another vote of no confidence where it is pretty likely that it may succeed. What this legislation would do is, or rather what this segment would do is say you just can't do anything for another 2 months. That doesn't sit right with me. I think that that accountability should always be there. There should always be that sort of, I suppose you could say, Damocles sword hanging over the head. It's not just, it's been tested, so you're safe for the next 3 months. I yield.
Okay. Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? Do you object? All right, seeing no objections, Shen.
Yeah, I'm all for this amendment. I think, honestly, I doubt it would be used that way, but almost, if it ran with this portion of the legislation, it almost gives a open area where people could essentially, not necessarily, but you can think of events where people could do various things that they normally wouldn't do in this 3-month span. So I am completely for this amendment.
All right, courts.
May I retain?
You may.
Okay, I agree with the previous senator's sentiments. This provision was put in the beginning before we had. There's another piece of legislation. It's Resolution 5630 before we thought of doing that one. So this provision was there to work with how we do Senate rules right now. But if the next resolution passes, then this provision is no longer needed anyway. So I urge you all to vote in favor.
All right, and then your motion.
Motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on this amendment. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 34 to 0, the amendment passes. If there's no further debate on the bill, I'll take a motion. Courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. I'll get you after. A motion to vote. Any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures on the bill. All right, with a vote count of 32 to 2-0, internal bill 5652 passes on second reading. All right, internal bill 5653. Oh, actually, Banesh, sorry.
President voting.
Vice Chair Banesh, present and voting, so noted at 8:07 p.m. Internal bill 5653 updates to Title 11 require. No, that's 6. Update to Title 6 requirement for a list of presidential campaign staff. Vice Chair Gaudio, whenever you're ready.
Hello, friends. So this is a piece of legislation that I put forward actually upon recommendation from an election commissioner, in which throughout the violation hearings, of which I attended a good few myself throughout this election season, there was a constant question with regards to certain violations of who is actually affiliated with a ticket. Some people would say certain things while they were supporting certain tickets, and during violation hearings, it was more or less left entirely up to the discretion of the election commission of, is this person affiliated? Are they not? It was a very big gray zone. And so what this does is it serves to alleviate this, in that presidential tickets must now submit a list of individuals that are going to help them in active campaigning. Now, of course, there are concerns about, well, if you're making them submit a list, well, what about free speech and all that? So the idea behind this is it is as easy as possible to amend this list, to put people on it, so that if someone just says, yeah, sure, I have 3 hours later today, someone can just put their name on the list, send it to the supervisor, you're golden. And so that's more or less what this serves. If there are any questions about more niche applications, feel free to ask. I yield my time.
Okay. We're now online for questioning. Remember the 2-minute timer, Morset, and then Colazo.
You can correct me or not, because I don't remember fully, but I believe there was a violation hearing where there was a question where whether or not a Discord server counted as members being affiliated with a ticket or not. Would this require for like Discord servers or anything of that nature to also be submitted as like affiliation with a ticket, or is that kind of would be excluded?
I am not entirely sure, because this specifically states students who will be aided in active campaigning. And so it kind of comes down to what the election commission determines as active campaigning under what they laid out in that violation hearing. Under that logic they laid down, presumably it would be counted, but I cannot say for sure because I am not the election commission.
Colazo.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Borges.
Sorry, I didn't want to object. Can I ask a question to the
You
supervisor of elections?
Yeah.
Okay. You're still here? Okay, cool. How difficult would it be to have enough information sessions to where this can be plausible?
Is there a motion for a non-committee member to speak?
So moved.
Any objections? All right, seeing none, go ahead.
I don't see any reason why we couldn't. Personally, this year we decided to have less information sessions to ensure that we could like make sure people were, or we actually had like full rooms and weren't just like wasting our time. And we offered info sessions to people who couldn't make it in attendance. That's how we chose to do it this year. But last year, Supervisor Myers decided to offer like 30 info sessions by herself, which we just chose not to do because she oftentimes either had to cancel them because no one attended or was in a room with one other person. I have no doubt the election commission could easily handle hosting enough of these. It's more so just figuring out that process, but that wouldn't take too long.
All right, Anyone else wishing to speak in debate? If not, I can take a motion. Courts.
Move to vote.
There's been you object, you withdraw. All right, go ahead.
Move to see my little amendment. If you can see it at least. I think I can do this.
Where is it?
It's the last chapter, 606.
At the very last.
Added.
You see it, right?
Okay, I'll say it as a technical. Or is it?
It's
oh,
not
wait, I don't
technical.
understand what it is. Sorry, wait, can everyone move their cursor really quick? Oh, got it. Okay, sorry. There's been a motion to see Senator Muratov's amendment. Any objections? All right, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Okay, so at the so it says that tier 3 violations. Meanwhile, tier 3 is like the highest tier, right? Yes, I mean it's among the highest tier. Sorry. And I think that such violation should be there, right? Because the bill says you should have someone, you should have every person that help you in the campaigning be on the list. Correct. But come on, like there might be some times when you just forgot, right? To add your friend on the list because things happens. Or you have a lot of classes, you have 2 exams and the one day, and then you just forgot, and now bam, tier 3 violation, and that's a huge low blow. I think that violation should be still to enforce the bill, what bill says, but not tier 3. It's too harsh. That's the basic reasoning. I would yield my time.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. If there are no questions, courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, Shen.
I'm personally in favor of this being a tier 3 violation. I think it's just a simple case of making sure that our presidential candidates are running a clean campaign. Obviously, I understand people forget things, but we have to take in mind, even though this is not the governor or the actual federal president, you're still running for a very large position in one of the largest universities. And I think, just increasing professionalism by having one of these lists is perfect. And I think a tier 3 violation is fine. So I'll be voting in negation of this amendment.
All right, Vinesh Rickett.
I'll be voting in favor of this amendment. I feel like a tier 3 violation is a little bit too harsh. I understand, being student body president is a very important role, and you have to take that seriously, but not registering one person as your aide qualifying as a tier 3 is low-key kind of crazy. So I'm voting in favor of the amendment, and I encourage you guys to do the same.
All right, Rickett.
May I obtain?
You may.
Okay, I support the tier 2 violation. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendment. Any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 22 to 11 to 3, the amendment passes. We're still in debate on the bill with about 8 minutes remaining. Trejo Hernandez. There's been a motion to vote on the bill. Any objections? You object? Okay, do you withdraw?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, it's just a technical. Can you see the 606.2 instead of 606.3 as a technical, please?
Yeah, I'll see it as a technical. Okay. Okay. Trejo Hernandez.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 36 to 0, internal bill 5653 passes on second reading. Internal bill 5654 updates to Title VI plus founding committee. Can I ask why really quickly? Go ahead.
I'm pretty sure it's because Brody and Shane don't have a meeting to make sure that IT can do that
Okay.
until like the 14th.
Okay.
I'm right.
Okay, sounds good. All right. Internal Bill 5656 updates the Title 12. Senator Muratov, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yes. Are we talking about 5656, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So here's Internal Bill 5656 is a logical continuation from 5655, which were about the problem with the date of the capital win. But 5656 have a more global and broader purpose. 5656 was made to make sure that, as it says here, all decisions affecting student participation in official student government hosted events or activities which require an application process and are funded by activity and service fee funds shall be first be documented in writing, including the specific rationale for the decision and the reference to applicable eligibility criteria. And the B, be retained for at least 1 academic year and made accessible to the student body upon request. This bill, in my view, is very logical and ethically correct, because it's always a very frustrating moment when you apply something, especially something that hosted by student government and paid by your own money. We all pay an ANSF fund that comes from our tuition. And so if we paid for the event and then we got denied because whatever, right? Whatever, you just denied, no reason. I would be frustrated. I think you would be frustrating too, guys. And this bill helps to alleviate, and this bill is acting to all student government hosted events, current or future. So kind of future-proof this process, because I believe nobody wants to be left frustrated without a reason for their denial. And with that, I would yield my time.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Alcuda and then Manesh.
So my question is just kind of asking for a little bit of clarity, or like how you envision like B to be kind of like implemented. So is B just saying that like there's going to be a record of that event happening for a year and then that will be made accessible to the student body? Or are you trying to say that all events that student government hosts using ANSF fees be open to the student body, like the event itself? Because the way it reads, like I'm interpreting it as like the document, the record of the event happening would be accessible to the student body.
So the only what this bill says is the only those records that are for the for the eligibility for the denial or approval would be there, especially denials. And you can ask just everybody from student body can just go and ask like why I was denied or why this person was denied, and this basically is it.
Banesh.
My apologies. I was just wondering about the B clause. What exactly is the purpose of, like, what do you mean by be retained? Like the decision, is the decision being retained for at least 1 academic year? And why exactly was that your choice? I'm a little bit confused.
I would clarify your question a bit. Decision, what do you mean?
So 1208.1 B reads, be retained, I guess.
For at least 1 academic year.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, it's the decision. It's, let's say you applied for the capital event, you got denied, and now 5655 will say like you should know the reason. And the reason, let's say the reason was that you are not have enough knowledge about the event. I don't know, and that basically, you can get the reasoning. You can ask like, can I ask for a reasoning, and there should be one, given to you. That's it, within 1 year.
You have a follow-up? Go ahead.
So I'm still confused. So why are you retaining this decision for a year? Like, do you just want them to keep it in a file somewhere? I'm a little bit confused on that aspect specifically.
It depends on the person. Either keep it in physical or electronic format, like we do keep our bills or any other information we have from the student government.
Okay. Morset, Gaudio, Colazo.
Can I direct a question to Aile Akudo?
You may.
As a coordinator of the SGLC program, because I'm assuming this bill would apply to the SGLC program, do you see a way you would be able to retain all of the decisions that you make for the amount of applicants that you historically get every year for a year?
That's a really good question. I will say this year we received a record-breaking amount of applications, and it definitely, I think I alone was assigned like 60 applications to review, and a similar number for every other coordinator. So I think it definitely is hard to like write out a reason why per se. Like we definitely take notes, but I'm just like, yeah, I'd say it's it would definitely be challenging and add more to that process for sure.
I'm gonna add to that because I was the ILA. It is all on Night Connect from like years past. But depending on the number of applicants, yeah, it could be challenging. But like technically it would be documented. Who did I say? I said Gaudio. And we have about 6 minutes remaining.
So the current text of the bill reads, all decisions affecting student participation, yada, yada, yada. What would be entailed by all, what do you envision by decisions? Because this could mean anything from deciding what the application criteria are to just maybe minor decisions like, yeah, we're gonna make a small tweak here. Like, what do you envision decisions as actually encompassing?
So as the bill says, it's all decisions, but all decisions that are which require an application process. A small decision like, hey, we can change that doesn't really require an application process. So that therefore it doesn't cover by this bill. Only the decisions that are require an application process, which are, by the logic, if we have an application process, we would have someone who be denied, someone who be approved, and someone who be deferred, only those decisions.
Colazo.
I move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any
object.
objections? You object? Do you withdraw?
No.
Okay. All right. You have 2 minutes.
I still have questions about this bill. And we have like plenty of time left in questioning, so I'd like my questions answered and provide some clarity on 2 of the questions already asked.
All right. You have 2 minutes.
I think most of us understand the bill and have an understanding of some of the senators' concerns regarding the bill. That's why there are amendments on the bill. And I think it's a good point to move on. I think I'm hearing a lot of redundancy, like all the questions that are being towards the author he's responding with the same answer. And his answer is not changing because there is no other answer. So I feel like we're getting in that cycle. And if we want to clarify things, then debate is perfect. I would love to clarify some things too, but I don't need to do that with a question. I can just say that during the debate. With that, I yield.
All right. We have 5 minutes. So I'll do courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right. Seeing none, we're non-voting procedures. You object? Okay. We're non-voting procedures. The objection is Chair Vasquez. We're going to stay in debate time. The motion is Dila Colazo. That means we move to debate. All right, with the vote count of 16 to 18 to 1, the objection fails. We are now in debate. All right, so you guys have 10 minutes whenever you're ready. And remember the 2-minute timer on each. I'll do Vasquez, Shen, Gaudio.
2 questions, if I may.
You may.
Okay. The first was regarding the SGLC program. It does say it's upon request, so it doesn't mean that all 60 or all applicants are to receive like a decision. And then in regards to the other question that was asked about the all decisions made, it does say about specifically the participation in the event, not necessarily any decision about the event. So that's it. And then my amendments, I was going to ask Vice Chair Gaudio if you would see them as a friendly.
Wait, did you have questions or no?
We're in debate, no?
Yeah, but then you asked to ask questions, but you don't have any questions.
That was my question, if you would see it as a friend.
No,
what are we
she was just saying, will you see
Yeah,
this?
yeah.
Okay. So when we get there. I think I said Shen. Yeah. Okay. Well, you have your amendments though. So do you want to see your amendments?
Motion to see my amendments.
All right. There's been a motion to see Vice Chair Shen's amendments. Are there any objections? All right. Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
All right, the first one is kind of simplifying the wording issue that Gaudio brought up with the all decisions. I think all decisions is kind of it's too encompassing, and it just, what are all decisions? So this essentially pins it down to application acceptance, denial, or deferral with those events that do require an application. So, if you're accepted, you keep a record of the acceptance, you keep a record of the denial or the deferral. Second, personally, I don't think it's insanely difficult to keep records. We keep records. We already keep our meeting records consistently year after year. Professional businesses, the actual government, state, local, federal, they keep records. It's not that hard to do, especially in the internet age. So I don't think we even need to keep it for 1 year. I think we should actually retain these records permanently. This can be for, let's say you have a senator, for example, they applied a day at the Capitol. And I'm not using myself as a specific example. I didn't apply today at the Capitol, but this example just came to mind. You have a senator who, let's say this session, they weren't able to get into day at the Capitol, okay? And then they did not get into the upcoming session, for example, but they returned for the session after that. They may want to receive that record of their last denial to see where they could improve, etc. Also, this helps different organizations maybe look at the statistics for that, and this also helps us look at the statistics for that to maybe ground ourselves in precedents for acceptance and denials for something like day at the Capitol.
Brody, do you know, I know with our email, there's always like a notification that's like they delete after 10 years. So like there is some sort of like deletion.
Yeah, that has to do with like Florida records law that we keep things.
Okay. So would this fall under that?
Well, so it's not that they automatically, it's not that they automatically delete. It's that we have to keep them for, I think. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Well, we're now line for questioning. Collazo, Banesh.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? You object? Okay. You withdraw. All right. Go ahead. You're good.
Can I direct a question to Aile Alcudo?
You may.
Hello, Halima. So I was just wondering, are you able to see past records from like past SGLC sessions by any chance? Just wondering.
So as far as that, because I was in SGLC last year, so I wasn't able to see what comments were made about my decision. And so I do remember at least there being that blanket of like discretion, I guess you could say. We did have access to like all the materials that the coordinators used. I can't remember for certain if we were looking at the document which they used to make those decisions. I can't remember.
I was a coordinator 2 years ago. There's a good chance they were deleted, but I can't fully remember. We may have deleted those just to keep like confidentiality Banesh.
Now move to debate.
All right, there's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Collazo, Rudy.
In my opinion, I think we're overthinking this just a little bit. I think the current language of the bill was perfectly fine. There are only so many events of student government that actually require an application, and that's SGLC and Day at the Capitol and now Downtown Day because of our ACNF bill. So there's not a lot of things here that require an application decision. And again, this is an application process. So I'm really confused on how some of y'all are confused because it's an application process. And we retain records regardless. An email is sent out and we have to retain those emails. So permanently, I don't know if that's entirely feasible. I think it's better if we one academic year, and plus if it's sent in an email, then it's going to remain there for 10 years. But yeah, that's my personal opinion. I won't be voting in favor of the amendments. But yeah.
All right, Rudy.
I am just a little concerned about this amendment, given like what Allison said about confidentiality. I feel like past a year feels a little excessive to me. Like I'm not sure why someone would need to request this past 1 year and why the information needs to be retained permanently, especially if it's a decision like that doesn't reflect a person years from now. So I think I'm going to be voting. I'm not going to be voting in favor of the amendment.
Banesh.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on the amendment with, oh, never mind. It's just Shen. All right, with a vote count of 8 to 27 to 0, the amendment fails. All right, Gaudio.
I move to see my amendment, Chair Vasquez's amendments, and ILA Alcuda's amendment.
Is that the rest of the amendments?
Yeah, that's basically everything that's still on the page.
There's been a motion to see the rest of the amendments on the page. Any objections?
Yes, I object.
Okay. Do you withdraw? Okay. Okay. You have 2 minutes.
I don't think Ayala Akuda's amendment should be attached to yours. I yield.
Okay.
All right. That is a reasonable concern. I will withdraw my motion.
Okay.
May I make a new motion?
You may.
I move to see my amendment and Chair Vasquez's amendments.
Okay. Vasquez, are you okay with that? All right. There's been a motion to see Gaudio's and Vice Chair Vasquez's amendments. Any objections? All right. Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
All right, so this is kind of clearing up some of the lingual concerns that I had earlier. While some other senators on this floor had the interpretation that it was fine as is, I am not really fully behind that interpretation, and so I want to put this amendment out there just to 100% set in stone. This is what is encompassed by all decisions. It pertains to this. I believe it encompasses the intention of the bill sufficiently. And with that, I yield to questioning.
All right, Joliker.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Joliker.
Nothing wrong with being specific. This perfectly makes sense. Let's move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, do you withdraw? Yes. Okay, Collazo.
I'm okay with saying like acceptance and denial or deferral. I do think it's redundant. It says all decisions. Acceptance and denial and a deferral is a decision. However, I'm concerned about the language. I feel as though it's a little bit redundant to include application at the beginning and then at the end. I think it should rather say like to include or not, but not limited to blah, 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 blah. It just seems a little weird when you read it. That's my only thing. But also, I won't be voting in favor for the amendment because I think it's redundant.
Okay. All right. We can either fix that up or we can just make a motion. Joliker.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right. Seeing none and non-voting procedures. All right. With a vote count of 24 to 10 to 0, the amendment passes. Alcuda.
Motion to see my amendment.
There's been a motion to see Eileen Alcuda's amendment. Are there any objections? All right. So you know whenever you're ready, and let's be cognizant of time.
Thank you. So this is kind of just an amendment I made because I think that it's really only appropriate for the applicant to be able to request like reasoning why they were, denied something. I don't really think it makes sense, especially like confidentiality and like discretion wise, for like anyone in the entire university to be able to like inquire about another student why they didn't get something they applied for. So I just changed it to applicant. I yield.
All right. We're now online for questioning. Collazo.
To debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Shen.
I'm personally going to be not voting in favor of this. I think let's take something like Day at the Capitol. Those are, Day at the Capitol is a lobbying group essentially for the University of Central Florida. So you have a bunch of students in the University of Central Florida. I think they should be able to know obviously they already know who is and who is not lobbying for them, but I think they should be able to see the specific reasoning behind this. Furthermore, I think it's perfectly permissible for SGLCers to have access to people who are not accepted into SGLC, etc. But I don't see any issue specifically thinking of Day Capitol in mind. I think it should be accessible to the student body. I don't understand why we're advocating to keep hiding things.
Joliker, Johnson, Collazo.
I will also be voting in negation to this amendment for two simple reasons. The first reason being, I don't think it's really that realistic of a concern to worry about people being able to access the reasoning for this. I think we're being a little generous to ourselves if we're thinking that all the students are digging dirt up on us for these types of positions. They probably don't care for the most part. To be honest, also the second reasoning is it's probably just easier for filing purposes. And I mean, that's really the extent of my concern for this.
Johnson.
While I do understand all the points that have been brought up, I will be voting in favor for this simply because of the fact that when it just comes to like academic records in general, let's say like your grades, you have to give permission if someone other than yourself wants to see that. So I feel like I'm not saying just like an everyday student, like even like within student government, right? Me getting denied from SGLC or Day at the Capitol, that is only my business. I wouldn't want, let's say, Speaker Pullman to inquire about why I was denied without my prior permission. So I think just limiting it to this student or the person who was denied just makes it easier. Now, if I want Speaker Pullman to know why I was denied, then I can let her know what I've received, or I can be like, hey, I give permission for her to figure that out. But I just don't think that there's any reason, because that's very personal and it can be embarrassing or sensitive information.
All right. I said Alcuda or Collazo. I forget who I said. I think I said Collazo.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right. Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures on the amendment. All right, with a vote count of 25 to 8 to 0, the amendment passes. Collazo.
I move to vote on the bill.
There's been a motion to vote on the bill. Any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. right, with a vote count of 28 to 3-2, Internal Bill 5656 passes on second reading. All right, Internal Bill 5657 updates to Title III, ILA Al-Quda. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So currently, the duties and powers of the legislative assistants are inconsistent and disproportionate. The only duty statutorily defined for internal legislative assistant is the Student Government Leadership Council and Senate Leadership Council, along with any other tasks the Senate President delegates. Given the current responsibilities, the roles do not embody the title of their roles, nor are they able to express their fullest potential. With equal pay and hours during next session, the legislative assistants should have more even and consistent responsibilities. So this bill restructures and reorganizes those responsibilities in statutes so the legislative assistants can operate more cohesively and efficiently within the Speaker's office. This is achieved by reorganizing the entities in which ELA and ILA are responsible for maintaining relations with. The ELA will still be responsible for all external matters, and the ILA will continue to use internal connections within SG and its entities to ensure the most productive SGLC and SLC sessions. The ILA will also now be responsible for tracking legislation once passed and as it undergoes the signatory process. So the student assistant will no longer be sending signed legislation to the author. It will instead be the ILA. Though it is not expressly written, the ILA can also develop a better method of sending legislation to the entities listed within any given, be it further resolve clauses. This bill also strikes through 304.5A1A IV, as I found it unnecessary to statutorily express that the ELA has the ability to pass measures pertaining to the student body, as we all possess that ability as senators and should be doing so regardless. And as you can see, ELA Richmond is also a sponsor of this bill. I yield the remainder of my time.
All right, we're now line for questioning. Collazo. All right, Gaurav.
Yeah, I have a question. I apologize if it's a tad bit open-ended. I'm not quite sure how to ask it, but something that's been on my mind for quite some time. Do you think that so the ELA has the responsibilities for between student body senate and then outside agencies? Yeah. ILA would be between all the branches. Do you think it's a responsibility of either of them to potentially handle social media outreach to the social media coordinator that's a part of the executive branch? Would that be a kind of a point of contact thing?
So because the way that I see it is the ELA would still maintain that relationship with exec and the division of comms to do that outreach to students, because that's still external, if that makes sense. They're partnering with exec because that's the only our only connection to accessing our social media. So they would still maintain that collaboration with the branch and that relationship, because that's the only way that we can actually make it to social media to connect externally with those students, if that answers your question. All right, Morissette.
May I direct a question to Brody and then a follow-up?
You may.
How much, or Maddie, but how much of the signatory process takes up your weekly hours for a student assistant?
I would say not a huge amount, right? Most of it is it's a thing you have to do consistently, but it doesn't take a lot of time. You know what I mean? So you're constantly oh, okay, I got something and then send it out to the next person. You know what I mean? So it doesn't take a lot of time to do it. You just have to be kind of constantly looking at it.
And
go ahead.
Follow up to the author.
Go ahead.
With since as your role at ILA right now, you think that the next ILA or any ILA will be able to effectively manage that responsibility alongside SLC?
I think so. And I think, with any coming into any position, there's going to be a learning curve. And I think Brody's a great resource to kind of learn how to, start managing that responsibility, especially because, it previously was a student assistant responsibility, or even going to the student assistant and maybe the student assistant could provide some sort of transition material to
allow the ILA to effectively like take on that responsibility, but I definitely think it is doable, especially with like 10 hours a week versus like 7. I would say at 7 hours it wasn't doable, but now that the ELA and the ILA are going to be like even hours and pay, I think that it is definitely appropriate to take on just that little bit of extra responsibility. And I do also think it's just appropriate for like the signatory process, like for that to kind of be more internal, because I think it was, I don't remember which senator it was that made the point earlier in LJR, but if Dela Colazo wants to touch on the point he made earlier, he kind of said like it would be more efficient for that to be an internal matter, just because
1 minute remaining in your
a senator would be more like familiar and up to date with like what legislation has gone through Senate, if that makes sense.
Okay. All right. Seeing no further hands for questioning, I'll take a motion. Borges.
Sorry, I put my hand up for questioning.
Go ahead.
Okay, can I ask two?
You may.
Okay, so the first one is in regards to the ELA. I was just wondering why the ELA was given the responsibility for external affairs between the agencies and departments. I thought that was the DSER's job.
I believe the only one that I added in there was for campuses. Everything else should be the same as it already is written. Yeah.
And the second question? Okay, this one's regarding the ILA and doing the legislation like after it's been passed.
Yeah.
I was just wondering why you think it should be the ILAs instead of someone inside the pro tem's office, considering they deal with legislation closer.
So currently, I just feel like ILA definitely needs to take on more of responsibility outside of just like SGLC in order to live up to the title of like internal legislative assistant. Because as it currently stands, you know, having SGLC be the only responsibility that the ILA is tackling, whereas like, for example, like the ELA has a lot more responsibility on their plate, I feel, and is doing more like legislative, I guess, like living more up to their title, I guess you could say, whereas ILA is not doing anything that's necessarily like really like even actually like assisting the Senate president. You know what I mean? We're kind of just like serving as like a legislative rep, but I would say it just makes sense for them to kind of take on some sort of like legislative like responsibility. And I felt after speaking with Brody as well, that it was just most appropriate for it to be like after legislation's been passed, that they're the ones to like send out that email.
All right. Lazo.
I'm just looking for a little bit of a clarification on that. So not only is that adding a legislative process from the pro temp's office, it's also adding a responsibility of the student assistant to the ILA instead of finding something else for the ILA to do.
There's also about 4 minutes remaining in debate.
Can you repeat your question? Sorry.
I'm just a little confused as to how we selected this one little part when that's a student assistant job and legislation is more of a pro temp's office job. I'm just looking for some more clarification as to why not ask for a new responsibility rather than taking up an already established responsibility.
I definitely did think about like what kind of responsibility the ILA could take on, hence like why I had the conversation with Brody. And in my conversation with Brody, you know, I asked like, is there any sort of like responsibility that you feel, you know, maybe from the student assistant that could be taken on by the ILA? And he suggested this one as kind of, you know, just like a start to at least like rebranding ILA and ELA. I definitely will say this is just kind of like the beginning of where of changes that I feel like should be made to the rules of ELA and ILA. I just think this is like the beginning of some rethinking we should do on like the potential that both positions have.
Borges.
I don't know if this is a question for a variety of people, I'm not sure. Given that we changed it from, like for ELA, for example, from public relations affairs to external affairs, who would sit on ADSB, the DSER or the ELA?
Do either sit on ADSB? Oh, there's like a senator who sits on ADSB.
It doesn't have to be them, but I know
Yeah.
sometimes it is, given their position is closely tied to speaking with those people. I'm not sure if that changes anything, making it external versus public relations how it used to be.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be, I think it's the Senate president who appoints. I guess it would be up to them. I just kind of asked if any senators would be interested, and that's where I did that. But yeah, I guess that would just be up to the Senate president. Okay, any further questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Morset.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. You guys have 10 minutes and 2 minutes each. All right, Gumrov.
Motion to see my amendment.
All right, there's been a motion to see Vice Chair Gumrov's amendment. Any objections? All right, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Hey guys. Yeah, I was debating like back and forth with myself if I should even add this because I do understand and see how it could be like a tad bit redundant because it already says like student government, affiliate agencies, but I decided like I think it's really important to point this one specifically out just because like we've had a lot of issues with it this session and like social media and like the division of communications and all that is like one of the most vital ways that we reach students. And like I just feel like a lot of times many committees and many caucuses, all of our requests are getting lost. And so it would be really nice to like just have just the ELA be like a little bit of like I guess just like a backbone for us because like we're not really great at asking for ourselves. And I'm sure like to some extent it happens already a little bit, but I just think it's important to just exactly specify because it's not exactly a media agency. It's like kind of its own thing. So I don't know. If it's too much for you guys, that's fine, but I just think it's important.
Okay, we're now enter questioning Richmond and then Hamid.
Am I allowed to do a point of information or save it for debate?
I'll say it for debate. Hamid.
To anyone who can answer, just for clarification, is the SG Division of Communications a statutorily defined thing?
Oh yeah, it's not. Wait, or is it? I don't think it is. I think only admin is statutory. Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Just briefly, it is within Title IV as one of the duties of the executive branch is to manage all communication out from student government, basically. So just the executive branch broadly.
Okay. Okay. How do we go about seeing the new? How do we? Yeah. Wanjin.
Present and voting.
Senator Wanjin, present voting. Started at 8:53 p.m. I don't know if we can. How do we go about this? Making the amendment to the amendment? Can we just? We can't just like go, can we? Okay. Okay, so do you withdraw your old amendment? All right, is there a motion to see Senator Gumarov's new amendment? So moved. Any objections? All right, seeing none. Whenever you're ready, I don't know if you want to give another speech or just we can yield to questions.
Yeah, the exact reason he just said, yield.
Okay. Alcuda.
Will you see my amendment as a friendly?
I don't know if that's running into the same issue we just ran into.
I would probably agree with that, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I'll take a motion. Colazo.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're in debate. Vasquez.
Would you see it with the amendment the pro temp made? I think those are related.
It's for a different reason.
It's for a different reason, she says.
Never mind.
Okay. Richmond, did you have a point of order? Okay. All right. If there's no debate, I'll take a motion. Banesh.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendment. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're in voting procedures on Gumarov's amendments. All right, with a vote count of 28 to 4-0, the amendment passes. Morset.
Motion to see my amendment.
There's been a motion to see Pro Temp Morset's amendment. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
So this may not have been a smart decision, but I didn't know how else to go about it. But currently in Title III, the DC already supports the operations of the executive branch, so I didn't want it to be shared between both offices. I thought that'd be a little bit weird, so that's why I just struck it out, because the DC doesn't support the council or the EC or anything else. It's just the executive branch. At least that's how it's written in Title III. So that's the only reason I struck it out. But technically, well, never mind. It's not struck out anymore. Okay. But yeah, with that, it's questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Alcuda.
Would the author of whoever like changed it from like they crossed out external and internal be willing to see their amendments as friendlies to Danny's? Because I feel like, Pro Temp Morissette.
That was Andrew.
Would you be willing to see them as a friendly? Because I feel like you said that you. Yeah.
Okay. See, it's friendly. Okay. Vasquez.
Wait, so it's also including the striked out line that says student government affiliated agencies and departments?
Okay. So now the amendment is
I
object
to that. I object to those being seen together.
Okay.
I was asking specifically about external and internal.
Okay, just external and internal. Okay. Okay. Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're in debate again on the striking out SG executive branch and then also internal. All right, Benesh.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're in voting procedures on the amendment.
Bless you.
All right, with a vote count of 32 to 1, the amendment passes, and then Collazo will see your amendment.
Move to see my amendment.
There's been a motion to see De La Plaza's amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
I yield for questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Vasquez?
What's your reason behind removing this line?
Because the DSER does this in their statutory responsibilities and duties. So, I don't see having the need for two people to be the point of contact for affiliated agencies and departments.
Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Vasquez.
So I was the one who suggested adding this line in. My reasoning behind this is just as an example for this year, in terms of communication between the speaker's office and other affiliated agencies and departments, specifically being Rosen Life and Downtown Life. I think it's important for us and them to have communication specifically from the speaker's office whenever the speaker has initiatives with wanting to do more outreach to those campuses. So that was my reasoning behind including that. It doesn't say Rosen Life or Downtown Life, but I feel like if the speaker's office has any intentions to do outreach with any agencies or departments, they should be able to be that point of contact.
Morissette, Courts.
Yeah, I will be voting in negation of striking out this part because since now it's strictly for public relations, I think it's fine keeping it there since the DC is supposed to support the operations of those agencies and departments, not necessarily public affairs. So I think it's fine as long as, like, even though they share responsibility theoretically, it's two different types of responsibilities within those agencies. So that's how I'll be voting.
Courts.
Can I ask a question in regard to what Senator Vasquez said?
Yes.
Okay, so Rosen and Downtown Life, wouldn't they be considered under the blanket term of university colleges, campuses, and departments?
No, we fund them.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
All right. Richmond.
Yeah, I'll be speaking in negation of this. I think it's important to have that liberty. Part of the statute was going to other colleges last year. That was an initiative that I had, and I think it's been a great initiative working with downtown, and I think keeping that under the purview of the ELA is imperative to the work of the speaker's office and all that can be done.
I think we all know how we're voting, so I'll take a motion. Collazo.
I'm gonna make the motion, but I also want to say that Rosen Life and Downtown Life isn't included in the list in our statutes of affiliated departments or agencies. But yeah, I move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote on the amendment. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now voting procedures on the amendment. All right, with a vote count of 17 to 14 to 4, the amendment passes. We're in debate on the bill. If no one has further debate, I'll take a motion. Courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the bill. Any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures on the bill. All right, with a vote count of 30 to 4 to 1, Internal Bill 5657 passes on second reading. All right, Internal Bill 5659 updates to Title 14, Student Government Caucuses. Does this have a resolution that is going to be blocked with it?
A motion to see Internal Bill 5658 and Resolution 5626 as a block.
All right, there's been a motion to see Internal Bill 5658 and Resolution 5626 as a block. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
So Internal Bill 5658 updates Title 14 to remove the ad hoc status from the Arab Caucus. The Arab Caucus has been an important advocacy body for the overlooked and underrepresented Arab student community who attend UCF. The Arab Caucus has made great strides bridging the Arab community together and has provided student government the opportunity to serve more culturally relative and inclusive perspectives. The Arab Caucus provides an important student voice and will continuously spearhead initiatives to address and resolve niche issues faced by the Arab community on campus. Most notably, for the month of Ramadan, the Arab Caucus fiercely advocated for improved Ramadan accommodations and helped to effectively implement extended hours at current halal food options, cheaper menu items, to-go boxes, and iftar kits, making UCF one of the most inclusive universities to the Muslim and Arab population. The Arab Caucus has formed important connections to UCF Global Dining Services, the Muslim Student Association, the Moroccan Student Association, the Arab American Student Association, with plans to establish many more. While the Arab Caucus has struggled with membership throughout the session, it has achieved many victories for the community and is an embodiment of the crucial need for more representation and involvement of the Arab population on campus. Having this entity to resolve niche issues of the community has inspired many Arab students to get more involved, even encouraging some to successfully run for Senate as well, to ensure the proper advocacy for the Arab community and student government, and to allow the Arab Caucus to continue to expand its initiatives, its outreach, and establish more relationships throughout the community. The Arab Caucus must be made a permanent caucus. Overall, Internal Bill 5658 and the accompanying Resolution 5626 make the appropriate edits to Title 14 and Senate Rule 4 to solidify the permanence of the Arab Caucus. I yield the remainder of my time.
All right, we're now in for questioning. Are there any questions? Varela.
I had a question to, I guess, Brody. The original resolution and bill didn't include the ICTC on like the list of caucuses, so I just added that in. Is that like, can I be seen as a technical? Because technically that's what the statute is supposed to say.
Okay.
Thank you for doing that. I didn't know what to do.
All right, any further questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Courts.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate, and I'll see both of those amendments as technicals. Banesh.
May I retain?
You may.
As somebody who used to be a part of the Arab Ad Hoc Caucus, Chair Halima has done amazing work
Chair Alcuda, sorry, has done amazing work within the community. I feel like this is a great and pivotal caucus. So I encourage you guys to vote in favor and move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, or non-voting procedures on Internal Bill 5658 and Resolution 5626. All right, with the vote count of 35 to 0, Internal Bill 5658 and Resolution 5626 pass on second reading. All right. Okay. Internal Bill 5659 updates to Title V. Dulai Colazo, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
So this is a modified version of the bill that we passed, but we didn't overturn the veto for. So I kind of just removed all of the Chief Justice's concerns. There was no concern about the general revision of the judicial quorum part, so that's the same. In terms of the training, I just removed the fact that they are required to complete the training before the official proceeding. That was an issue because it would hinder the council. For me, I don't see how that is possible, as there will be 7 justices at one given time, ideally. However, I do think it is important that these justices are trained, as they are the final say when it comes to our governing documents. So that's what it's going to be. But yeah.
All right, we're gonna line for questioning. Are there any questions? If not, I'll take them. Okay, Wanjin, Varela.
I just wanted to inquire on why exactly we're requiring this annual training, because this very clearly mirrors 309.5, but senators are not required to undergo annual training on the same things except Senate rules instead of JRP.
Because they should be held to a higher standard. We are usually the ones arguing before them in regards to our interpretation of our governing documents. So I believe if they are the final say, they should be required to complete some sort of training.
All right, Varela.
Yeah, can you explain how this is different from the current JRP rule 501?
Can you state the rule?
Yeah, it's Rule 501 orientation. Point 3, the orientation training sessions, shall include education on the following: the Judicial Council Rules of Procedure, the Constitution of the Student Body, University of Florida, Student Body Statutes, and Robert's Rule of Order. Some feedback in.
To my recollection, that wasn't originally there. I do know that the council just passed amendments to the JRP, so they may have been added since the time of the bill. Regardless of that fact, the JRP is something that's out of our control. The statutes is within our control, and this is something. If it's within the JRP, I don't necessarily think that we can necessarily enforce it through non-compliance procedures. So I do think it's still feasible to include it within our statutes.
Any further questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Courts, move to debate. There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. You guys have 10 minutes. Gaudio.
May I retain?
You may not.
All right. Well, in that case, I will just say I will be voting in favor. While, yes, the judicial rules of procedure do highlight requirements for knowledge and training, I do believe that they should be enshrined in statutes because, again, the judicial branch decides their rules of procedures. In the future, they could decide to not include that. And it's probably a very good idea that the people deciding whether or not we can do certain things should know the things that they are saying tell us what we can and cannot do.
All right, Varela.
That's literally exactly what I was going to say, so I move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote. Any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 34 to 0, Internal Bill 5659 passes on second reading. Okay, we're doing good, guys. I'm feeling hopeful. Okay. Yeah, knock on wood. Yeah. Okay. All right. Internal Bill 5660 updates to Title 8 marketing requirements. Chair Kaufman.
Okay, so this bill is a solution to the other problem that FAO thought of to address after we finished allocating all our funds. We noticed that in both this session and previous ones, RSOs, when advertising their events, would not always make it clear that their events were open to all UCF students, and that is a criteria for when we fund them. It can be misleading to other students if it's like open to everyone or not. So this bill makes it mandated so that any marketing or advertising materials to indicate this and also feature the SG logo or either the words funded by SG, funded by student government, or funded by you. For those that are unaware, this is the same wording that needs to be featured on any promotional materials that are approved by the committee. So I felt it was appropriate to use the same criteria for advertisements.
All right, we're now live for questioning. Are there any questions, Banesh?
This is actually a question directed to the ORS chair.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot. Do we sanction people if they don't have like our logo on their merch or anything?
I think technically we could, although we haven't this session or last session, I think.
You have an answer to that?
Yeah, just to add on to that, we typically wouldn't approve it in the first place if we don't have that on it anyway.
Okay. Banesh?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. All right, Collazo, Banesh.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 32 to 0, Internal Bill 5660 passes on second reading. Internal Bill 5661 updates to Title 8, streamlining DCRT and FAO spending policy. Senator Sherman, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right, so this is a bill that I wrote with Senator Lush. And basically what it does is just reorganizes the appendices A and B in Title 8, which are the CRT and FAO spending policies. They are very similar in the information that they contain. Title 8 actually skips chapters so that they can line up and start on chapters 810 and 820. And the first a couple of chapters do line up, but it kind of loses track of that in subsequent chapters. So this bill doesn't change any language in any of the clauses. It just rearranges the chapters of these two appendices so that they line up and kind of reflect the similarities that they do have. So these two tables that are in the whereas clauses, basically, the first one shows how Title 8 is currently structured, and then the second is what the bill proposes. Since it is kind of long, I figured I'd put that in there so it's easier to see. But some of the changes that are in there is it eliminates chapter 815 in CRT spending policy because it only contains one clause, and that clause is already contained in FAO's chapter in the same corresponding chapter for CRT. So it moves it over. In FAO's, the second clause of 826 is moved to the end because that is where it is in CRT. And then there's also just a couple of numbering and lettering errors in the headings that are corrected. So basically, overall, this just makes it Title 8 more concise, easy to navigate, and it does. It is compatible with Chair Caringel's bill that he put through today that changes CRT spending policy as well. So.
All right, Courts and then Collazo.
Move to debate.
All right. There's been motions to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none. Okay. Oh gosh. Joliger, Kaufman, Banesh.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 34 to 0, Internal Bill 5661 passes on second reading. All right, Internal Bill 5662 updates to Title 4, the Presidential Cabinet, given by, Gaudio. Okay, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
All righty. A shame Chair Escobar could not be here to present this bill, so hopefully I do it well in his stead. So what this bill serves to do is currently when the student body president takes over, they must present a list of all of their executive cabinet positions along with their duties and responsibilities within 2 weeks of being sworn in. They must present it to the student body senate. Now, as it stands, they may at any time eliminate or modify the duties of any cabinet office. But notably, they cannot make new offices. And so this can put the executive branch in a bit of a pickle sometimes where, say, something comes up, be it in communications, digital media, what have you, where they may need to sort of expand those areas and maybe include more positions under the cabinet to help facilitate those duties. And as it stands statutorily, they do not have a method of doing this. And so this would institute a method by which the student body president and vice president may modify the list of positions. And then this must also be published and reported to the Senate along with the reasons they are making these changes. It also adds a clause to the eliminating or modifying the duties of an office, where if they do so, they must also submit a reason for doing so. So it sort of brings everything in line with one another and grants a little more freedom to the executive branch for ensuring that tasks have enough people to get them done. And with that, I yield.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Varela.
So with the modifying the duties of cabinet offices, is there any limitation to what the duties can be? For instance, say the athletic coordinator suddenly gets a duty that has nothing to do with athletics. Would that be allowed if this bill passes?
It would be allowed whether or not this bill passes. The current language of statutes is the student body president may at any time eliminate or modify the duties of any cabinet office, but may not contravene the statutorily prescribed duties of the attorney general, the comptroller, and the judicial advisor. This is a power that they already have, and the cabinet is a set of roles that serves at the discretion of the student body president. And so, while in theory they could do something like that, they most likely would not assign non-athletic duties to a theoretical athletics director, or if they did, they would probably change the name of the position to match this.
Ganesh.
Move to debate.
Do you have a follow-up to that? Okay, do you withdraw? Sorry.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
This is from my own ignorance, so I'm sure you know the answer to this, but how would this interact with the current rules for removal? Because I don't quite remember if the executive can unilaterally remove an office.
Yes. So the current procedures for removal within the executive is the student body president may remove a person from any office at their will, except for the attorney general and the comptroller.
All right. Seeing no further hands, I'll take a motion. Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Banesh.
Maritime.
You may.
I think it looks pretty good. It makes sense. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 33 to 1 to 0, internal bill 5662 passes on second reading. Internal bill 5663 updates to Title VI, SG agents and campaigning. Vice Chair Gaudio, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
I move to PPI this bill.
All right, there's been a motion to PPI internal bill 5663. Are there any objections? Seeing none, internal bill 5663 is PPI. All right, internal bill 5664 updates to Title VI, internalizing supervisor of elections appoint. I think it's meant to say appointment. Chair Kringle, who's going to take this one up? Or all right, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hey guys, so this bill essentially makes it so that commissioners can pick the supervisor, if I'm correct, Supervisor Brown. Yeah. So, yeah, it just internalizes that process. Yield to questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questioning Wanjin Gumra Varela.
May I direct a question to the LJR chair?
You may.
Why was the bill that's very similar to this one, 5655, internalizing Chief Justice appointment, PPI in committee?
Because constitutionally, the president has the ability to appoint the Chief Justice, but it doesn't make any mention of the student body president being statutorily or constitutionally able to appoint the supervisor of elections. So the one that was PPI'd is unconstitutional and this one isn't.
All right, I said, I always forget who I said. Gumra, I'm sorry. Okay, and then I said Varela.
Yeah. Can you? It's actually a question to the LGR chair. That's okay.
Go ahead.
Can you clarify exactly how the Constitution differentiates between the supervisor of elections and the Chief Justice? Because what I'm reading is that it just says appoint students to student government offices, and as far as I know, they're both defined as student government offices.
So give me just a second because there is a line in the Constitution that specifically says that the president appoints the Chief Justice. Give me a second. It's in the judicial section.
Colazo, if you want to answer that.
If I may.
Go ahead.
Also, a key thing here in terms of the Constitution, it doesn't say all student government offices. It's the statutes that determine which student government offices the president appoints. But yeah, anyways, the Constitution says the Chief Justice has to be appointed. It doesn't say anything about the supervisor of elections.
All right, we're going to move on from that point. Okay, that's okay. I think, well, what's the specific line? You go ahead and say that.
The specific line in the Constitution is 4.02b.
All right, thank you. Okay, seeing no, okay, Colazo.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Okay, I'll do Morissette, Gaudio, Colazo.
Yeah, I'll be voting in favor. This is a bill that will really help the Election Commission, especially I know they've been trying to move forward with having their own personal autonomy within the branch of the commission. So I think this will help it as well. This bill also serves to have the Election Commission, the supervisor of elections, appointed earlier than having them appointed during fall, even though it's supposed to be appointed during summer A. So this also just help them kind of move forward in the process early and start planning earlier. So hopefully that will lead to more efficient and productive elections as well.
Gaudio.
I will be voting in negation of this bill because I do have some concerns about the Election Commission choosing that leadership role among themselves, because the student body president is overall responsible for appointments. And so I believe that they will familiarize themselves with the duties and responsibilities of all of those offices that they will be appointing people to, whereas the Election Commission, their role is to run the election. And while the counterexample could be brought up that the student body senate elects their own officers, we are able to remove any of our leadership positions by a majority vote. The Election Commission cannot. In order for a supervisor to be removed, they would have to be removed as an election commissioner entirely, which there is a process for that in Title VI. It's 2/3 vote of ENA, I believe. Yeah, so I'm not huge on this.
Okay, Colazo.
I'm also not a really big fan of the bill either, with a different reason. I think that if you are going to elect the supervisor of elections, then I think it should just be an election. If you want it to be elected by the commissioners themselves, then I don't really see the necessity to be confirmed by Senate, because all the commissioners have been already confirmed by Senate. And essentially, it's the commissioners who are choosing whose plan is best to lead the commission from there. So I won't be voting in favor of this bill.
I'll do Wanjin, Varela, Banesh.
I mostly just have a concern about the last line about convening a meeting before the end of summer A semester to vote on a supervisor of elections, just because the commissioner seats aren't required to be appointed until the last week of summer A unless that changed and I missed it. So if they're not appointed until the last
week of summer A, then that means that half of the commission doesn't exist if the president waits until that last second. Then once that meeting is being convened, you're missing half the commission.
Varela.
Yeah, I think as is, the bill as is, I'll be voting in negation as well. Mainly because the fact that they would still need to be confirmed by the Senate, frankly, doesn't make a ton of sense because that's part of the advisory consent process of the appointment. And because they're not getting appointed anymore, they technically don't need to be advised and consented. So I think if we do want to have the election commission basically self-select its commissioner, they should not get confirmed because that's what are they getting confirmed from? They were never appointed, they were elected. So I think without that change of the bill, I'll be voting in negation.
All right. I think everyone knows how they're voting, so I'll take a motion. Banesh.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 15 to 18 to 0, 5664 does not pass on second reading. All right. Internal Bill 5665 updates to Title V, internalizing Chief Justice appointment, postponed indefinitely in committee. Internal Bill 5666 updates to Title VI, giving election commissioners more autonomy. Chair Kringle, Collazo.
I moved to see Internal Bill 56, 66, 67, and 68 as a block.
All right, there's been a motion to see internal bills 56, 66, 67, and 68 as a block. Are there any objections? All right. This is at the time where we're going to gauge if we think that the objection would take longer. Do you withdraw? Okay. Okay. Any further objections? All right. Seeing none, whenever you're ready, or whoever's going to take this. Okay, Collazo, go ahead.
Okay, so all these three bills are general revisions of what the election commission and supervisor has suggested to ENA, and they essentially put it into several bills. So the first one, 5666, again, it's just general revisions and more autonomy for the election commissioners. And please feel free to direct any questions to the supervisor as he is present. The second bill increases the membership from 10 to 14. This was done so there's more people to run the commission, and there's a bigger team. So that way, I think one of the main reasons is that so not only can they stay at the patio, but like be any elsewhere on all the other campuses as well. And the last one is creating the election rules of procedures, same thing as the JRP. So it's just going to be the ERP. So that'll essentially let them create, like I know right now they have their committees. I know they're talking about creating their own leadership council. So it just allows them to govern themselves within they're given allows them to govern themselves in accordance with the statutes that allows them to. With that, I yield.
All right, we're now line for questioning. Wanjin.
May I direct a question to Brody?
You may.
Is there a reason we need to write about an election rules of procedures in order for them to be allowed to create internal rules?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Troy Hernandez.
Motion to let a non-committee member speak.
There's been a motion to allow a non-committee member to speak. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
I don't remember the exact number, but there is a specific statute that says the supervisor or the election commission may not dictate any rules or procedures outside of the statutes. I can't remember the exact line, but it should be in there somewhere.
All right. Any further questions? Banesh.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Is that my camera again? All right. Gaudio, Banesh.
Alrighty, so the specific part that the supervisor just mentioned is 601.4R. At first, I was a bit apprehensive about an election rule of procedure, but as the statutes would still be supreme over this, I think it is good to have a publicly accessible document where the standards that the EC uses for certain violations are held, or how they plan on divvying up work. I could see it as a good transparency measure, and I will be voting in favor. Encourage you all to do the same. And I would also like to move to see my amendment to 5668.
Move to see then. All right, there's been a, well, it's not created. That's what I thought at first too, but that's like a new thing that's being created. So you're just like changing the name of what's being created. Okay. There's been a motion to seek Audio's amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
So this is just a very small change. It's basically just changing from election rules and procedures to election rules of procedure, just to bring the title in line with the judicial rules of procedure. That's all this is. I yield to the question.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. If there are no questions, we'll take a motion. Vinesh.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Vinesh.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 34 to 1 to 0, the amendment passes. And I said Banesh, but I'm going to go Wanjin, unless, are you still working on the amendment or? Okay, so while she's going, you can go.
I'll be voting favorably for these bills. They pass favorably in ENA. They help the Election Commission get some autonomy and a piece of debate for 5667 specifically. I feel like adding more seats to the commission is great. They really do need all that help out there. You know, I was doing a little spin signing and whatnot when the election season was happening, so I know they really do need the help. I encourage you guys to vote in favor as well.
All right, Wanjin.
Move to see my amendment on Internal Bill 5668.
There's been a motion to see Wanjin's amendment. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
This is just striking out that section that we talked about that makes it so that the supervisor can't specify rules or procedures in addition to the election statutes unless Senate has approved them in resolution form, primarily because this isn't resolution form. So it would just make it so that we're directly conflicting within the same statute if we don't pass this. So I think that would be smart.
All right, we're now looking for questioning. Banesh.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Collazo.
Okay. So my opinion, my interpretation could be wrong. I think if we add an election rules of procedures, I think, and leaving subsection R, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it would essentially say that any changes to the ERP will require approval from the Senate in resolution form. At least that's my interpretation. So I think it should remain, unless I'm interpreting it like completely incorrect. Just because I think there should be some sort of check. I know with the JRP, it's discussed over with Dr. Frame and then approved. And I think, and they're their own branch, right? But Election Commission, I think Senate has more of a responsibility over them. So I do think that that part should remain.
More set.
While I understand the sentiments of the previous senator, I think with the addition of the election rules of procedure, if we do want to have another check, I don't think it should necessarily be that they can only make changes through resolution form through Senate. I think if their check for the judicial branch is Dr. Frame, the check for the election commission could be the student body president. I don't think it should necessarily be still through Senate, because that, once again, I think the whole point of ERP is that they can make changes at a more ease basis for the commission. If it's a resolution form, they still have to go through all three readings in Senate. So I think it's kind of a little bit of a redundant process if we do it that way. I agree that there should be some form of check if needed, but I just don't think the Senate body should be that check if we do pass the election rules and procedures or of procedures.
Gaudio.
I move to see my amendment to the amendment.
All right, there's been a motion to see Gaudio's amendment to the amendment. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
So, hearing the concerns, what this would essentially do is it's not striking out the whole provision anymore. It is now saying that they cannot specify rules of procedures in addition to the election statutes or the election rules of procedure. And then it also outlines that the election rules of procedure shall be amended by a majority vote of the election commission. So it's not just the supervisor of election says, hey, we're doing this now. And then also provision for approval by the Senate, because I do think that maintaining that sort of checking power is important, while at the same time still respecting the autonomy of the election commission. And with that, I yield.
All right, we're in line for questioning. Brody, do you have a question?
Not a question. I just wanted to, as you're considering this and considering all the checks and balances, as a reminder, there is no one that checks your ability to amend your internal rules.
Morissette.
For if Senate approves it, are we approving it through resolution form, or is like would supervisor of election then say, hey, we try to do this for the ERP, and Senate has to vote through general consent?
The way I interpret it is it would be something along those lines, where the supervisor of elections in their announcement would say, hey, the election commission voted to approve these changes to the election rules of procedure, and then the Senate would just hold a vote on shall we confirm these amendments.
Hamid.
Isn't this kind of what we have right now, where let's say Supervisor Brown comes to like ENA and says, hey, I want to do this, and then we make that thing for them? Isn't this just doing what technically Ray's done and keeping us in the same position as we are in right now?
Maybe. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not the supervisor of elections is nodding his head. So.
Okay. Seeing no further hands, we'll take a motion. Hamid.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, Colazo.
With the addition of subsection A in 0.1.7, if subsection A, that if that is added, I don't think that we need to do subsection R then, because I feel as though it's saying the same thing. I think in this instance, instead of it being a resolution form, I think it's just we internally will decide how we approve it. So sending it through ENA or just it being seen on the floor. So I do see a little bit of like redundancy. Additionally, in the JRP describes how the JRP is described. So I'm not entirely sure if we should include how the ERP is approved within our statutes. As with precedents, the JRP has IRC, the Internal Rules Committee, that approves the JRP before it's brought before the council.
Courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're voting on Gaudio's amendment to Wangen's amendment. All right, with a vote count of 19 to 11 to 2, the amendment passes. Okay, we're still in debate on Wangen's amendment. Are there anyone else wishing to speak? If not, I'll take a motion. Banesh.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendment. Any objections? Seeing none, we're in voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 30 to 2 to 0, the amendment passes. There's no one else wishing to speak in debate. I'll take a motion. Banesh. Move to vote. There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on internal bill 56, 66, 67, and 68. All right, with a vote count of 31 to 2 to 0, internal bills 56, 66, 67, and 68 pass on second reading. Barset.
Motion to see internal 56, 69, and resolution 56, 32 as a block.
There's been a motion to see internal bill 5669 and resolution 5632 as a block. Any objections? All right, seeing none, internal bill 5669 updates to Title 14, the student government caucuses, and then resolution 5632 updates the Senate Rule 4. You have 5 minutes to read it.
Bear with me because he wrote a long speech. But good afternoon, Senate. I'm writing this speech in support of Internal Bill 5669 and its companion resolution 5632, formally establishing the Sustainability Caucus as a permanent part of student government under Title 14 and Senate Rule 4. This step comes after consistent collaborative work and has received supermajority support from the ad hoc Sustainability Caucus members. Our caucus has demonstrated the mission-driven leadership and structure that merit permanent recognition. Since its formation, the Sustainability Caucus has served as a vital platform for advocacy and collaboration. We've supported legislation, offered guidance to other caucuses and committees, and built strong working relationships with departments across campus, from the Arboretum and Landscape Natural Resources to housekeeping, dining, and athletics. Additionally, we have provided a consistent voice on issues ranging from food insecurity and climate resilience to waste diversion, and green infrastructure. Some have questioned whether sustainability, quote unquote, fits the intended scope of a caucus, implying that caucuses should only represent students from specific demographic identity groups. Many caucuses are indeed formed around ascriptive identities such as race, gender, disability, or military service, and we deeply support their work. But Title 14 is clear. Caucuses are defined by their mission and identity, not by whether they represent a minority demographic. To quote the statutes directly, 1401.2.8.1 states, caucuses shall sponsor measures to address issues that are unique to the population of students that they identify with. And 1401.3.8 states, any student government agent who identifies with the mission of a caucus may join. Sustainability has a clear mission and identity. It serves as a unifying and intersectional issue that affects every student, particularly those from communities disproportionately impacted by environmental and economic injustice. Another concern is whether the Sustainability and Innovation Coordinator already covers this work. That reflects a misunderstanding of SG structure. Coordinators are executive roles focused on programming. Caucuses are interbranch bodies that include members from the legislative, executive, and judicial branches. We shape policy, partner with RSOs, and provide forums for student voice and accountability. We work closely with the S&I coordinator and intend to continue to do so. Our efforts complement, not duplicate, the work of the executive branch. In fact, our vision is one of deep partnership with all branches of SG. In the coming year, we plan to work more closely with the athletics coordinator on expanding our Make Game Day Green campaign and with the transportation and safety coordinator to support students who walk, bike, or take transit to campus. We also look forward to partnering with the comptroller and the chief of staff to ensure that broad sustainability initiatives proposed by incoming President Blanco and Vice President Benitez are supported, refined, and brought to fruition. In all, our student government as a whole is strongest when all branches and roles work together. The truth is, sustainability issues are only growing more urgent, and the work of this caucus is not temporary. We fulfilled every requirement of an ad hoc caucus, and we've done so with a commitment to shared governance, student empowerment, and long-term impact. We are not asking for special treatment. We are asking for recognition that sustainability belongs in this chamber permanently as part of our work to improve student life and prepare our campus for the future. I urge you to vote yes on this bill and resolution. Let's make it clear that sustainability is here to stay and that it deserves a lasting seat at the table. Thank you.
All right, we're now live for questioning. Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none.
I object.
That was a late objection. All right, but do you withdraw? Okay, go ahead.
This is a question for mainly the speaker or Brody. If you would know, what's the process like for making a working group?
Oh, I don't know if there's exactly a process. I think you just kind of like get a group and call it a working group, but that might be a different answer. Yeah, go ahead.
So for verification, it just kind of like happens. People get together and decide we're a working group.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes, there's also, I think, a process for like the student body president to create like an ad hoc student government committee or something like that. There's a thing, and then working groups are separately, like not a defined term, but just like if people want to get together to work on a project, you can do that.
Do you have a different answer? Or go ahead.
It's not necessarily a different answer, but kind of expanding on that. Black Caucus this session, because we know we had like the August showcase coming up, I kind of been like a working group before caucuses fully started, so we could start working on it. And then when it started, Chairman Saul took over and did the whole thing.
Yeah, to my understanding, it's like a little informal. Courts.
Move to the debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All right, Kaufman and then Sherman.
Okay, so after having many conversations with those in this caucus currently, those in the session, and hearing opinions from previous sessions when this ad hoc caucus was first introduced, I personally do not feel that sustainability should be implemented as a caucus, but I want y'all to know that I have a solution and I have ideas, but I wanted to express my concerns before I did so. So I wanted to first state that sustainability, not necessarily an identity, which is the word used in Title 14 when referencing the creation of a caucus, and I truly feel that this would set a bad precedent for future caucuses if this would be passed and implemented. And each of the other caucuses represent and advocate for a specific identity. And although Sustainability Caucus does the same things, it's not necessarily for a specific identity of students, as everyone on campus should theoretically care about these efforts. But however, the caucus has done a lot of work this semester. I'm not trying to undermine that, like partnering with the Sustainability and Innovation Coordinator to host many events, both for advocacy and tabling, and getting the chance to attend the highly esteemed VOLO conference that was held here at UCF. And because of all this, I didn't want to remove these groups of sustainability efforts from student government, but
1 minute remaining.
move it to a different area. So after talking to others in previous sessions and trying to come up with a solution, I figured that maybe a better solution would be a working group, as mentioned before, or some other new thing that Brody just mentioned created by the president. And I brought up this to the caucus and other members, including Chair Lipner, and we agreed that that would be a better solution that fit our efforts. So I became the vice chair of this caucus because I wanted to not only step up and help, but I wanted to come up with this solution for the future. And I'll be returning next session to hopefully help this set up. So, but as of right now, I'm going to encourage everyone to vote in negation on this bill.
Okay, Sherman.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with Chair Kaufman. As a member of the Sustainability Caucus myself, I do know, as he said, that we do important work, events, tabling. We have a couple of proclamations today, including one I wrote. But I do think this would be better as a working group. And I do want to go back to Title 14, 1401.2A, Section 2, which reads that caucuses should serve as an avenue for populations of students identifying with a caucus to share issues that uniquely affect them. I don't think sustainability issues really uniquely affect anyone. I absolutely think they affect all of us. But I can't think of anyone who would be uniquely affected by sustainability issues. So I will be voting in negation of this bill, and I encourage you all to do the same.
All right. Is there anyone wishing to give a different point of view here? All right, you have a question. Go ahead.
To those who can answer, if we're bringing up the fact that what the purpose for caucus is, then can someone explain to me, like, whoever can answer, like, then why was Sustainability ad hoc caucus created then?
Anyone from the last session would like to briefly give a brief summary, and then we can kind of circle back. But yeah, go ahead. More set.
Yeah, I forgot the senator's name, but it's a senator that ended his trainer during the 54th session. And he was very big on like everything green. He did a lot of sustainability efforts outside of student government as well as a part of student government. And he kind of felt very strongly that sustainability shouldn't be a working group, it should be a caucus for kind of the same reasons that Lipner stated in his speech, that it affects everybody. It's not something that needs to be an identity. It's something that should be worked on within student government, and it can be in tandem to the coordinator. Very similar sentiments were shared in the speech as to why it was created. I don't believe that resolution passed unanimously then, and similar sentiments have kind of strayed over into sessions, but that's why it was created then.
Okay, again, all right, if there's anyone giving a different point of view, okay, Colasso.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Maybe direct to the vice chair.
Go ahead.
How many members of the Sustainability Caucus are there? in terms of student government agents?
There are 1, 2, 3, 6.
All right. Gaudium.
I'm a little unsure on how to feel as to this because what's been brought up is the definition in Title 14 that unique to the population of students that they identify with. And while you could make while the argument has been made that it's not an issue that uniquely affects a particular small group of students, I don't see why we couldn't just change the definition to fit something like this. However, at the same time, we have the sustainability coordinator in exec. RSOs do all of this. And so while I don't really stick to the definitional idea in Title 14, I am kind of this is kind of already being done elsewhere.
Okay. Banesh.
So I'll actually be voting in favor. I believe that this caucus has done amazing work. And even though maybe it might not go hand in hand with an identity group, like, come on, guys, some people low-key identify as hippies or like green thumbs. So I feel like, I don't know, those kind of coincide. They've done a lot of great work. And to that point that my fellow Senator Gaudio just brought up about how we have a sustainability coordinator and how there are other RSOs that do things like this. Some of those RSOs are in the caucus, and the sustainability coordinator, I'm pretty sure, is in that caucus as well. So I don't know. They've done amazing things. I've talked to people such as like the Clio Institute. I'm pretty sure they're part of the sustainability caucus. They love it. So I feel like if we dissolved it or something, I don't know, people would actually be affected. People really love what Sustainability Caucus does. So I really do encourage you guys to vote in favor.
All right, we have about 4 minutes remaining in debate. I do think we know how we're voting, but I'll do Gumrov, Shen, Metellus.
I agree with the ones that are actually in Sustainability Caucus. If they all support this, I support it. What are we in now? Debate? Yeah. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw? Do you withdraw your objection?
Why?
Okay. Wait, no. Move to vote. Are there any objections to the motion? All right, seeing none, we're in voting procedures. With a vote count of 17 to 18 to 0, Internal Bill 5669 and Resolution 5632 do not pass. On second reading, okay. Now we are at Internal Bill 5670, updates to Title 4 and 5. Chair Vasquez, whenever you're ready with 5 minutes.
Hi, everyone. So the point of this bill is to kind of make this title a little more organized in terms of the way the titles, like the literal titles, stand in every section. In addition to removing a section in 401.1 regarding how the executive branch and their cabinet give announcements. So I removed that part, but just moved it to the duties and powers of the student body president or designee. At the end, you'll see that they're all required to give oral reports to the student body senate at least once a month. That means everyone in the cabinet, not only their coordinators. And, obviously we understand if, they have class during Senate, anything like that, someone else will be able to read their report. I think this is important, so we're able to kind of make sure that the president and their cabinet are doing their job effectively. It's our way to kind of check that they are, because we don't really sit in on any of their meetings.
the only real way we can know that they are accomplishing their duties and responsibilities is when they give their announcements. And then with that, also just fixing all the titles, doing the duties and powers through all of them. And then this title shall, that kind of stuff. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right. We're now online for questioning. Hamid Gaudio.
Is this intended to be read as one calendar month or one academic month or one business month or just a month in general? That's a good question. I would say a calendar month. I don't know if it says it like that in any other title.
Brody's nodding his head. Go ahead.
So if it's a calendar month, let's say the calendar month is like December, when most of that is like finals and then like winter break. Do you see an issue that could arise from that? It says regularly scheduled Senate meeting, so if there's no regularly scheduled Senate meeting in December, then it wouldn't be required.
All right, Gaudio.
Could you elaborate more on the requiring the Chief Justice to give a weekly report and sort of the purpose that this fulfills?
Oh, it was just for continuity reasons, to make sure it like is consistent throughout all the branches and everyone who already gives announcements. So in the Supervisor of Elections title, it's one of their duties and responsibilities to give an oral report, and the Chief Justice has a section in our agenda to give an oral report, but it doesn't necessarily state it in their duties and responsibilities. So just to keep it consistent, I included that.
Go ahead.
Just a follow up. Do you believe that there is a particular need or reason for the Chief Justice to give a weekly report? Because, for instance, the cabinet, the Attorney General and the Comptroller are very proactive throughout student government. It's very important we understand what they're doing. Student body president is the student body president. We should know what he's up to. And the Supervisor of Elections is responsible for running the elections, which are a little bit important. Whereas the Judicial Council is sort of more sequestered and kind of does their own thing. So I'm curious as to reiterating, is there a particular reason, need, or want for the Chief Justice to give a weekly report?
Yeah, you can answer.
The Chief Justice already gives a weekly oral report. So there's no change.
I'll answer it. Yeah, there is no change, but also I do feel it important, especially if there's any like proceedings that we should know about, a judicial review, any sort of overturning of anything that we should know about in the Senate. I feel like what they do is equally as important as the other branches, and we should know about it again to kind of maintain the consistency and for us to be able to check that they're doing their job effectively.
All right, courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Do you guys have 10 minutes? All right, courts, Varela.
Okay, so I really like this bill. I think that it makes things more readable and it clarifies a lot. And then to the point of the Chief Justice giving weekly reports, I think not only just because the Chief Justice already does that, I think that should just be something that the branch heads do every week. The other branch heads do that as well. So I think that it makes sense for the Chief Justice to do it weekly.
All right, Varela.
May I retain?
I think we have amendments on the page. They're yours, Chair Vasquez. All right, but you can go.
I guess not, yeah. Yeah, anyway, no, I think this bill is extremely important because I think it's really important to know what every branch is doing, specifically the cabinet, because they use a lot of ASNF funds and what they do to pretty much directly affect the students in a meaningful way. And just generally, I think sometimes the student body president, can't really adequately answer some of what the cabinet's doing because, he's not that person. So many times when I've sat here and asked him questions and he didn't really know the answer because he's not the person who's working on that. So I think it's really important to encourage kind of members to come and give oral reports. So just give some sort of report just so we have like accurate balance of information and we have accurate people to ask questions to.
All right, Vasquez.
See my amendment, please.
There's been a motion to see Chair Vasquez amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
So this was kind of a technical error on my end. I meant to originally strike this because that was the original line, and then replace it with the student body president or designee shall, because that's just how it says
it for every other section in the bill, for every role. So just to keep things consistent again, and I yield.
All right. Are there any questions? If not, take a motion. Varela.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Are there any objections? Do you object? All right. Do you withdraw?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead.
The amendment that's being made is to delete that section, not to strike it through, but this is a line that is in the existing statutes. So I believe you would not be deleting it, you'd just be striking through it, because otherwise you just leave the just something I noted.
What was the question?
Sorry.
Wait, yeah, Brody, actually, can you clarify?
This actually happens all the time, and I just make it right. So when somebody removes a line that they can't remove, but you can strike through, I don't accept the suggestion that I strike it through for you.
Okay.
You're right. That wasn't really a question. Sorry.
All right. Colazo.
May I provide like a clarifying point?
Go ahead.
I made an amendment to remove the strike through, and then because it was originally there. I think Vasquez's amendment got on top of mine.
I don't know, but I think we know what the amendment means, though. It's trying to strike that line out.
Well, I'm just what I'm saying is it's already there. The original bill already had it striked out.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is I don't think we need to see the amendment. It was already there. I think it got confused when my amendment mixed with Andreas.
Okay. Courts.
It doesn't exist anymore. So what do we do? Just move to vote? I don't know.
There's been a motion.
I'll withdraw the amendment, I guess, because we don't need to vote on the amendment.
Oh, okay. Okay. This confused me. All right, now. All right, I'll take a motion. Courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the bill. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 34 to 1 to 0, Internal Bill 5670 passes on second reading. Gaudio.
I move to see my amendment.
The bill just passed.
Oh, we do. I thought that was on an amendment.
No, that was
Well,
the bill.
oh my god.
Okay.
We'll save it for third reading then.
All right. Internal Bill 5671 updates to Title III requiring media training. Deezer Laza, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Alrighty, this one's pretty sweetie, pretty self-explanatory. I think it just makes sense that, as you could tell, they're literally right back there, that the charge is we're one of their main beats. So that means that they're going to be reporting on us. But beyond the charge, we've had other senators, such as former Latin Hispanic Caucus Chair Jimenez Valero, that they were being interviewed for WSBN for Latin Hispanic Heritage Month. So you guys as senators do have the possibility and the chance, the opportunity to be going on these live interviews, these radio interviews, to be cemented in articles. And I think that when you're being interviewed, it's best that you represent not only yourself, but the Senate on your best foot forward. That can be done with media training. Some of us are just better orators than others, and I think it's best that we all get put on an equal footing when it comes to how we speak and present ourselves in the media. And one of the ways that we can do that is through media training. Beyond that, even if you don't have to do an interview, and even if you're not being recorded or making a video for some online publication, knowing how to resolve an interview, knowing how to think on your feet and answer hard questions, and your body language and how you react to people, that's a great personal skill or professional skill that you can bring. And being a good orator is something that anyone should have beyond just their time in Senate. So that's it. I use the rest of my time.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. All right, Banesh.
2, if I may.
You may.
Okay, my first question, are any other branches required to be media trained by any chance?
That I'm aware of, no, it's not a student government requirement at all. But I think it's something that we should do considering how often we're interviewed.
And then my second question, how do you intend for us to become media trained? Like if this got passed, like what would be the procedure for that?
So as it says in the bill, the ELA and the Senate President Pro Tempore's office, so that could be a power of the President Pro Tempore or of the DZER or of the DLEG if that's what the responsibility requires. They're going to create a media training course for their needs, whether that is simulations, whether that is looking at other videos of examples of what to do and what not to do when being interviewed. And they're going to do that preferably during orientation, just so everyone gets off the bat, kind of similar to how we do our diversity training at orientation. If they come in later on in the year, it should also be a slide that anyone can access. And I've purposefully kept it a little, I don't want to like specifically say you have to do this simulation, you have to do this training. I want it to be accessible and customizable for each Senate session to have for their specific needs, if that answers your question.
Richmond.
Seeing as we're all students, and I think it's hard to expect, especially like, I don't know, because it could be in a couple years where it's just people who don't know anything about media training. Would you be amenable? Like, I almost think there should be more, like, how do you think we should expect people to know how to media train masses when they're not experts on the subject matter?
I'm sorry, what? Can you ask that again?
I just think that this is very important, and I love the idea. I just don't like the idea of someone who doesn't know what they're doing teaching media training. Like, so how do you expect someone to be an expert on the subject matter to give adequate media training?
So I'm not saying that the specific pro tempore's office or the ELA have to be the ones doing the training. They could get someone else, maybe from the Nicholson School of Comms, when they're drafting and executing their media training course. They can also derive that from the Nicholson School of Comms web courses and make a web course that can be easily done. I don't want to specifically say what they can and cannot do since I'm not coming back. So that's something that needs to be customizable and open for themselves. If you want to write something that says it has to be a specific expert on the matter, we can do that. I just worry that given how Senate's usually had a pretty tight budget, that how that would run us a cost.
Okay. Shen.
Yeah, I have some similar concerns as Senator Richmond does. I think it's really great and I like the idea, and I understand your reservations because you're not going to be here. I think that's honestly, it's nice that you put that in there, but I also worry that this is not going to necessarily do anything without that. If you were to specifically outline what the media relations
Is this
are,
a question also?
yes.
Okay, sorry.
What would you implement personally? Like if you were to, do you have an idea essentially? Yeah.
Yeah, personally, I would bring two professors from the Nicholson School of Comms that I've had in the past on their public orator speaking skills, as well as, oh my God, what's his name? It was one that basically just taught, like one of their journaling reporters, one of those professors come in during a Senate orientation and kind of just give them maybe like a 30-minute or hour rundown about the basics of media training. I don't need you guys to be like PR masters. We are all, at the end of the day, students, but I do want those basics of how to present yourself, how to give a good speech, when you're talking on an interview, how to make sure that you're not just throwing your hands everywhere, when you're speaking those gestures, that body language, things that every person who wants to be a public speaker as the Senate job demands know how to do, and also how to properly speak to the media.
Follow up.
It just, to me, that sounds perfect. And I kind of feel like it should be put in I think it's a great idea. Questioning, so I won't say anything.
Yeah. All right. Where's that?
May I direct a question to Brody?
You may.
How was the ethics training created?
In past years, we've done different things where we've brought people in to have to do trainings from different offices. And then 3 or 4 years ago or something like that, some folks worked with, I think it was the chief of staff and the attorney general at the time, I think, that worked with some other offices to kind of build that web course. And then we've just kind of continued to use that moving forward.
All right. You follow up. Go ahead.
So if this were to become a thing and we theoretically use the example that was stated by Deezer Lazo, bring in different like professors or other professional staff across campus, we could just curate another web course and kind of mandate it by this legislation to also be used for senators as well.
All right. Hamid and then Courts. And I'll remind you guys of the time constraints that we have.
I think the pro tem kind of answered my question, but for senators who are like joining in like the middle of the year, the pro temp has to give them an individual orientation. How would you foresee that they would be media trained before this web course is created?
So before the web course is created, I think what I would do is the orientation that I've seen in the past. So when I was appointed halfway through the summer semester, and we kind of just got a condensed slideshow with all that information. So any information that's been given in an in-person orientation should also be done in like a slideshow that any new incoming throughout the year or appointed senator can have as well.
Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to into debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. You guys have 10 minutes and 2 minutes each. Let me see about. All right. We'll do Wanjin, Gumrov, and then Banesh.
Move to see my amendment as a technical. This is just a duplicate whereas clause.
Okay, I'll see this technical. All right, Gumrov and then Banesh.
Yeah, I'm indifferent. Just food for thought. I do find it a tad bit strange when, like, the Senate's not hugely in the public eye, in my opinion. Like, I really only heads of like things get interviewed, and also like the executive branch, like the student government president, like he's in the media like quite literally every single day, and like no training. So it just food for thought.
Banesh.
Yeah, Gumarov's thinking is the reason why I'll be voting in negation. I just feel like I would be more amendable to this bill if it was like written for everybody. Why is it just for Senate? I don't know. I feel like most people don't really get involved with the media anyway. So I'm voting negation. I encourage y'all to do the same.
All right. We'll do Richmond, Muratov, Jalkar.
I really like this idea. I just wish it was more formulated, and I understand why it's not. But just in its current state, I think this is a great idea to carry on into next session, which is why I'll be voting in negation, because I also do believe it should be for every student government agent, as I think media training is really crucial for everyone. Honestly, the whole student body could benefit from it because it really is going to be a beneficial skill for after student government. But I just think in its current state, it's too ambiguous and would be a burden on the pro temp's office or the speaker's office, whoever takes control.
All right, Muratov.
Well, as the recently appointed senator, I can say that senators that were appointed or elected recently have to do a lot of things as of right now, and to add even more things, that's kind of questionable, especially the media training, especially in this, day and age. Everybody is kind of trained for a media. Everybody has a phone. Everybody knows how to use media. But we need to use media ethically and with a great grammar. But I think those two cases are already covered by the courses we are required to do as of right now. So I don't see necessity in this bill. It's more would be, and for me, in my opinion, it would more be annoyance than something of useful. I would vote in negation.
All right. Do we have anyone offering a different opinion? Okay, I'll do then Jalkar.
I initially was in negation to this. However, upon learning more, I'm still somewhat indifferent, but I am more interested in it. I think there are good bones. I think that this could be something good. It clearly seems like it needs more work, considering the other opinions we've heard. I just wanted to touch on as well, with my previous professional experience with speaking with local politicians and business leaders from where I'm from. This is something that is not unheard of. There are many organizations like this, such as Toastmasters, and even just different committees, depending on what profession that you go into. There's a lot of media training and public speaking training that you can take on. I do think it's a good idea, and frankly, I do think everyone should do it. But making it a recommendation, or I'm sorry, not a recommendation, but a requirement, I don't know. Maybe if it was like an optional thing. I will be voting in favor of it because I do think it's a good idea if we just work on it a bit more. And I encourage you all to do the same. It's good for us.
All right. Shen, Courts, Collazo. And I'll remind you guys again of our time constraints here.
While I wish there was more details in this piece of legislation, I see no reason not to pass this tonight. I think, like Senator Gallagher just said, media training is bare bones stuff for jobs. There's restaurant chains that will train you on media training. Personal experience working at Walt Disney World, they train you on media training. You could literally be in a kitchen and they will train you on media training. This is an essential professional thing. Like I said, I wish it was more developed, but I think having it in place is fine. I just really don't see any reason not to pass this. And I would honestly argue with some of the other senators that Senate is seeing a little bit more media action than exec or judicial. We have a reporter in here weekly. You see stories weekly about Senate. You don't see stories on the charge weekly about what the president is doing.
Okay.
Decorum.
All right, courts. And let's also, I think we all know how we're voting, but courts.
Okay, two things. One, can we see Dela Colazzo's amendment as a technical? It just puts Senate President pro tempore instead of
Yes,
pro
I'll say
tempore.
it's technical.
And then secondly, to piggyback off of what Senator Shen said, we're being live streamed right now. So we are very much in the public eye. And with that, I motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, non-voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 22 to 11 to 2, Internal Bill 5671 passes on second reading. Internal Bill 5672 updates Title 3, Title 4, Title 5, Title 3, Title 4, Title 6, Title 7, and Title 9. Moving committee duties. Vice Chair Gaudio, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
I move to see this as a block with Resolution 5637.
All right, there's been a motion to see Internal Bill 5672 as a block with Resolution 5637. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, you have 5 minutes.
Alrighty, so I understand that the document is 11 pages long, which is very intimidating. However, what this document does is, what this bill would do is actually very straightforward. Scattered throughout statutes are particular Senate committees which are named in those statutes as having those duties. For instance, Day at the Capitol is managed by the GAP committee. Impeachments and censures are handled by the LJR committee. The problem with this is nowhere in statutes does it say the Senate has to actually have these committees. And so if we were to say, for whatever reason, get rid of a committee, we would have dead statutes. That's probably never going to happen. But more realistically, if we were to say, make a new committee, we would have to go through and amend multiple statutes, the Senate rules, just to accomplish what should be a very simple internal task for the Senate. So in essence, what's at its core, it is shifting all committees from the internal bills to the statutes, which if you look in Resolution 5637, it very clearly spells out what each committee has is designated for what business. It lines up exactly with what things are in current statutes. This will make it much, much easier, though, in the future for if we decide that we want a specific task to be handled by a different committee. For instance, we have a contentious impeachment proceeding or something happens involving elections to where we may feel the need to, say, create an ad hoc committee to deal with a certain order of business rather than having to go through a resolution to make that ad hoc committee and then potentially just amending a bunch of statutes to go with it. Now all we have to do is just say, okay, we are moving it from this committee to this committee. It makes our jobs much easier and it has the nice extra added benefit of, if we decide to do this, the student body president cannot veto this. He can't say that, no, actually, I'm not going to let you shift these committee duties. These are Senate duties. We should not be letting the student body Senate have a say in matters such as that. Now, this was a bill that I kind of made in collaboration with the D-Leg, so if he has any additional notes he would like to make, I will be yielding to him.
Hi, everyone.
2.5 minutes left.
So in terms of this, I know it like seems like really scary to look at. But pretty much everything that's crossed out is either one being replaced with Senate designated committee or two being put into the Senate rules. One of my biggest things was I don't think that like internal proceedings of Senate should be in statutes because, you know, it requires the president's signature. Whereas if it's in Senate rules, we can modify ourselves with just the Senate president's and the pro tempore signatures. I also believe in conciseness of the statutes. So anything that doesn't belong really in the statutes and or really our internal proceedings of Senate, I think belong in our rules. With that, I yield.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. You guys have 10 minutes. Varela.
Move the debate.
There's been a motion to into debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Courts.
Mayor Ratain?
You may.
I like this because I also agree with the fact that the student body president shouldn't be able to sign off on what Senate does in Senate proceedings. Move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote on internal bill 08. I saw a couple. I'll see the stuff in the whereas clause as technicals for resolution 5637. All right. There's been a motion to vote on internal bill 5672 and resolution 5637. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 32 to 1, internal bill 5672 and resolution 5637 pass on second reading. All right, okay, this is good. We're doing good. We can do it. Okay, resolution 5627 updates to Senate Rule 8, Senate Leadership Council, ILA Alcuda. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello again. After very successful SGLC and SLC sessions, I am proposing necessary changes to Senate Rule 8, which outlines the structure of Senate Leadership Council. As it currently stands within Senate Rule 8, the ILA shall prepare and execute all presentations and workshops, including but not limited to Senate rules, the Student Body Constitution, Student Body Statutes, Robert's Rules of Order, bill/resolution writing. Additionally, the ILA shall impose a requirement, including but not limited to SLC members attending at least 3 Senate meetings and 6 committee meetings during the semester. Furthermore, SLC members must be financially trained 20 days after the start of the SLC session. Clearly, there is significant material to be covered throughout any given SLC session. This bill makes many changes to enable a more productive SLC session that is still practical and flexible for the ILA to plan for. Firstly, this bill reduces the base requirement for the number of mock Senate meetings to be held during SLC from 3 to 1, given the other requirements and material to be imposed on SLC members. Similarly, instead of a mock committee meeting, which members are required to attend several of, there will be a mock dean meeting, which takes place during the SLC session. By a very slight change of language, this bill also requires that the ILA open and just open an application for the Senate Leadership Council to be made available to all students who meet eligibility requirements at UCF. If you read what is already stated in Senate Rule 8 as it currently is written, it already requires that SLC be open to the general student body for admission, so only having the application being a suggestion is contradictory to this requirement, which I find to be extremely important to the success and productivity of SLC. There are many individuals with no prior experience who campaign for a seat within Senate, and I've had dozens of students inquire about SLC, searching for that prerequisite experience to best prepare to become involved in the Senate. In this bill, I do not outline the application or membership selection process, as I believe that is fully within the discretion of the ILA and the number of members given any SGLC session who will go on to be an SLC. The only requirement I impose is that the application be made open within the first 20 academic days of the start of the SGLC session at the latest in the fall, though I encourage it to be as early as possible to ensure the proper advertising of the opportunity. I yield the remainder of my time.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Banesh.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Banesh.
Mayor Ratain.
You may.
This looks completely fine. This makes a lot of sense. Move to vote.
All right, we're now, there's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, we're now in voting procedures. with a vote count of 31 to 1 to 0, Resolution 5627 passes on second reading. Resolution 5628 updates the Senate rules, general updates and revisions. Vice Chair Gaudio, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
It's me again. Won't be the last time. So these are part of LJR's revisions that we've been making, sort of the final stretch that we push through. These are our updates to the Senate rules. Very straightforward, very simple. Quick rundown. Updating the duties and responsibilities in Senate Rule 2, just saying, hey, this is what we do. We already did it. It's just making sure to outline it clearly spelled out under the duties and responsibilities. As for the Senate Rule 3, this is a minor change to match the updates and revisions we made to Title 3 by moving the Sergeant at Arms under the Senate President. So this is just changing it from pro temp to Senate President. And then the last one is a slight update to the blanket excuse policy, in which it is changing it from attendance to initial or final roll call to make it more clear that, as it stands right now, technically you can request a blanket excuse for an entire meeting. It is never going to get approved. And so this just makes it clear that it is for initial or final roll call. You can't ask for a whole meeting to be excused. You're a senator, you show up to your meetings. I yield.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Banesh.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Is there any debate? Banesh.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 33 to 1 to 0, Resolution 5628 passes on second reading. Resolution 5629 updates to Senate Rule 6, removing debate for objections. Vice Chair Gaudio, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
All righty, now this is the last you'll be hearing from me. So this is at the beginning of the session, we created an objection procedure because we wanted to give room for debate. And I've also kind of heard tossed around by the creator of that procedure that by making it longer, it would perhaps encourage people to do it less often. However, people love to object to motions, and it takes up a not insignificant portion of time. More often than not, when an objection is made, people kind of already know where they sit after the speeches have been made. And I would also like to draw attention to that there are actually 2 kinds of objections you can make under Robert Rule. You can object to a general consent, or you can object to wanting to see a motion. In the objection procedure, that is for objecting to see a motion altogether. When a motion is made, you can still object to a general consent, and it'll go to a vote. For instance, extending time on debate. That actually requires a 2/3 vote, regardless of if it's objected to or not. If there's no general consent, 2/3 must agree under Robert's rules. And so hopefully this would also sort of push people more towards that Robert's rules natural procedure of we're going to just object to a general consent, go through the motions, rather than objecting to seeing a motion in its entirety. And with that, I yield.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Banesh.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Is there anyone wishing to speak in debate? Johnson.
I definitely feel like I've hit UNC status because I remember when we voted for this, and I'll be also voting in favor to remove it. It sounded like such a good idea in the summer, and I regret everything. So I'm sorry to everybody who told me it was a good idea. Can I move to vote?
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw?
Absolutely.
All right. Lasso, go ahead.
While I understand that like these Senate meetings go long, I don't think around 2 to 5 times we'll see a pro con or an objection to a motion are really what's driving us not getting out of here on time. I also think that it's kind of stealing our autonomy to hear what people are objecting to and why they're objecting to that motion and make our decisions for ourselves. I think the notion that we come and we hear every single motion and the objection and we've already made up our minds based on a 5-second interaction is kind of ridiculous. Sometimes there would be times where I hear a motion or an objection and I don't know which one I agree with, or I don't know why they're making that specific objection. And being able to hear it can help me make that decision. So I think absolutely not every single objection needs to be made and not every single motion needs to be objected to. But when they are, and there is a great passion behind why, we have to respect that senator's wishes and listen to their debate. So I will be voting in negation of this.
All right. Gaudio, Collazo, Varela.
I just would like to clarify that both the objector and the originator of the motion are still able to present their cases and give a speech. It is just the debate that occurs between the speeches and the vote.
All right, Collazo.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 27 to 7 to 0, Resolution 5629 passes on second reading. All right, Resolution 5630, updates to Senate Rule 6, requiring a second. Chair Kringle, who wants to take this? Either. All right, go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. So originally, like, he changed it to say that motions can do require a second, but that would just be us reverting back to Robert's rules. So in LJR, we modified it to just strike the entire line out because it would just us be going to Robert's rule. I do think we should use seconds because it essentially means there's an agreement that that motion should be made. Instead of just making the motion and doing an objection, a second will allow the body to know that there's an actual agreement to move on. With that, I yield.
All right, we're now in for questioning. Alcuda.
So if someone seconded, like, would we still ask for objections?
What's that?
Just a clarifying question. We don't have to be called upon by the chair to call a second.
No, you just. Sorry. Yes, they'll ask if there's a second instead of saying, "Is there an objection?"
Wanjin.
May I direct a question to Brody?
You may.
Would you be willing to explain what the process would change to if this bill is passed?
I'll explain anything at all times.
Your 2 minutes.
Yeah. So yes. In general, the way it would work is somebody would make a motion. Speaker would say, "There's been a motion for X. Is there a second?" And somebody would say, "Seconded." And then you'd say, "Okay, there's been a second, and now we're into questioning or debate on the motion." There still is the potential for the chair of the meeting to ask for objections, but as Senator Gaudio was talking about, that would be then asking for consent for the motion itself, right? As opposed to saying there's been a motion, are there objections to seeing the motion? They would do that in the instance of saying, okay, there's been a motion to do this. Are there any objections to doing it, as opposed to like seeing the motion? So there would still be space for objections, but much more frequently it would just be asking, is there a second? Okay, we at least have 2 senators that both feel like this is a worthwhile use of our time. We cannot go into debate on that.
All right, Metellus.
Can senators still object, though? I was kind of confused with that.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Alcuda. All right, seeing no further hands, I'll take a motion. Where's that?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Gaudio.
I am absolutely in favor of this. I believe that it may not sort of cut down on like unpopular motions. However, I believe that the way we handle objections is not proper. It is a little overused when there are provisions in Robert's rules for ensuring that the minority is heard, for ensuring that there is proper debate on motions that are made, and that this will be more conducive to that, and that there will be more proper use over objecting to see a motion in its entirety. And so I will be voting in favor. I encourage you all to do the same.
Okay. Courts.
Since we passed the internal bill, making it to where no confidences are now unobjectionable motions, this would work in tandem because it means that we can still debate on the motion.
Okay.
Move to vote.
Yeah, there's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, are now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 27 to 5 to 0, resolution 5630 passes on second reading. Okay, resolution 5631, resolution urging the University of Central Florida to be recognized as a fair trade school. Chair Lipner, Morissette, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, guys, another speech, so bear with me. Senators, thank you for taking the time to consider this resolution in my absence. Today, I want to speak briefly but clearly about what this resolution means and why it matters. At its core, this resolution asks UCF to join a global movement of institutions that are choosing to lead with values. Values like fairness, sustainability, and dignity for all people, not just within our campus boundaries, but across the entire supply chain that supports us. Fair trade certification is about doing better by the people who grow our food, make our products, and fuel our global economy. It's about ensuring that workers are paid fairly, that children are not exploited in the fields, and that our environmental footprint isn't deepening the climate crisis. Right now, agriculture remains one of the most common sectors for child labor worldwide, and forced labor is still a reality in both domestic and international supply chains. Fair trade standards directly combat these injustices by enforcing safe working conditions, voluntary labor, and responsible environmental stewardship. This isn't just a sustainability issue, it's an ethical issue. It is also one UCF has already declared its intention to become a leader in through its 2022 through 2027 strategic plan. Becoming a fair trade university would complement and strengthen those goals and even contribute to our pursuit of a STARS Gold rating. We also wouldn't be alone. Over 70 universities across the country, from small private colleges to larger public institutions, have already achieved fair trade designation, and yet UCF has the opportunity to be the first public university in the state of Florida to do so. That distinction carries weight and urgency, especially as UF has recently begun the process of certification. The implementation we're proposing is thoughtful and pragmatic. It asks that UCF work within its current contracts to offer fair trade options in our dining halls, offices, catering services, and retail spaces where possible and practical, and a large And a large majority of these things are already in place. We're not demanding sweeping changes overnight. We're asking for continued commitment, intention, and progress. Fair trade is about a culture of awareness and accountability and shared humanity. It's about signaling to our peers, our community, and our future partners that UCF walks the walk when it comes to sustainability and ethical leadership. So let's make that statement together. Let's use our voice as a Senate and as a student body to move this campus in the right direction, one that aligns with our values and lifts up those often left behind in global trade. Thank you for your time and for advancing this effort even in my absence. Additionally, please have all sourcing removed as an amendment, as it was meant to serve as a reference point to senators and not properly formatted. Thanks.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Varel,
Move to debate.
there's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate, and I guess I'll have someone. Morissette.
Motion to see my amendment.
There's been a motion to see Morissette's amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
The author asks for this to be removed. Sorry, I moved it. I yield to questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Banesh.
To debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're in debate. Chair Hernandez.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 30 to 0 to 0, the amendment passes. Collazo.
Move to see my amendments.
There's been a motion to see Collazo's amendments. Are there any objections?
Can you see them as technicals?
I guess since we deleted the I'll see them as technicals. Okay. All right, we're still in debate. Johnson.
I love fair trading. Motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 26 to 1 to 0, resolution 5631 passes on second reading. Marcia, are you going to postpone the? Yeah, go ahead.
Motion to PPI Resolution 5633.
There's been a motion to PBI Resolution 5633. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, Resolution 5633 is postponed indefinitely. Resolution 5634, resolution advocating for credit transfer transparency. Chair Bernesh, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hey friends, so this resolution basically advocates for just more transparency when it comes to credit transferring. I know a lot of transfer students have had issues where they'll take a class, at their other institution, they'll come to UCF, and then the credit won't be taken and they'll have no idea why. And I was in talks with the university registrar, and essentially he walked me through the process of how these transfer credits get evaluated. So like, for example, the evaluators will look at your old institution's syllabus and whatnot, see if that lines up with the UCF curriculum. And they'll look at like exams and whatnot, assignments, see if those line up, and that's how they'll determine equivalency. And a lot of students don't know that. They don't know that's why that's the reason their credit might be denied. So I'm just advocating for evaluators to have maybe a form or standard business practice to kind of show to transfer students like why their credit wasn't accepted, or yeah, and I'll yield to questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. If there are no questions, we'll take a motion. Colazo.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Varela.
Motion to see all the amendments as a block.
There's been a motion to see all the amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, you want to take them up if that's okay with the other authors. We have, then Green's not here. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, all these amendments are just things that we did in ICTC. Just small changes to whereas clauses to add more information and make them more accurate to what we're trying to achieve.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Ganesh.
I was there when they wrote these amendments. It looks good to me. I'm voting in favor. I encourage y'all to vote the same. And can I move to vote? Yeah, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendments. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 29 to 0 to 0, resolution 5634 passes on second reading. Oh my gosh, the amendments, I'm so sorry. The amendments pass. We're still in debate. Varela.
Yeah, I'll obviously be debating in favor. I just want to let you all know that this has been long in the making. Me and Chair Banesh, mostly Chair Banesh to be honest, has been like really working hard with the registrar on this. We've had many meetings and like, guys, I'm gonna tell you, sorry, he wrote a memo in support of this. That's crazy. I just think that's super cool with the registrar like writing memos to us. I don't know. That's super cool. And yeah, I think it's gonna be great because I know ad credit's denied and that's like super frustrating because there's like thousands of dollars lost. That's years out of your time in college. It's kind of a mess. So if you can understand why they was denied, it'll kind of get rid of a lot of the frustration associated with transferring. So I think it's crucially important. So that's why I think it's very important. We all vote yes in this resolution.
Any further debate? If not, I'll take a motion. Banesh.
To vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, or non-voting procedures. All right. With a vote count of 29 to 0 to 0, resolution 5634 passes on second reading. Resolution 5636. Updates to Senate Rule 4 and Senate Rule 5. Chair Courts, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hi, Senate. This resolution was created for various reasons, most of which having to do with the redundancy of our current process for seeing business. This resolution aims to solve this and would alter to make it that so that if a piece of legislation doesn't pass first reading, it doesn't move to second reading. It also continues from second to third reading, so if a piece of legislation doesn't pass second reading, it won't go to third reading. This mimics current state and federal processes and would also, in theory, aid in reducing the amount of time that we spend on legislation. Many times when a piece of legislation fails in committee, it will also fail on the floor for second reading. And even so, we would still have to see it on third reading. I don't believe that a bill that fails second reading should automatically be granted the ability to go to third reading, and I share this sentiment for first reading as well. Legislation gets remanded to the committees who best specialize in whatever they propose. If the committee whom the legislation is remanded to and would have the expertise regarding the legislation's content does not pass it favorably, then it can be assumed that the specific piece either does not serve the student body or would not serve as student government agents. If someone in the Senate body looks at the legislation and feels differently, then they still already have the ability to move the legislation to second reading with a 2/3 majority vote of the Senate. This resolution, again, serves to reduce redundancy and would give more meaning to first and second reading. I do see the amendments. The first one really isn't needed because it is already in Senate Rule 5, but I'm amenable to the second one, and I yield.
All right, we're now ready for questioning. Any questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Varela.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I still want to see your amendment, Varela.
Move to see my amendment.
There's been a motion to see Vice Chair Varela's amendment. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, this amendment just makes it so that if a committee votes unfavorably on a bill, that the author, or actually any student senator, could motion to see that bill on second reading anyway for whatever reason, and that will need a majority vote to pass. I don't know if Chair Coates is referring to my amendment, the one that's already in Senate Rule 5, but I don't think it is, because specifically, as far as I can see, Senate Rule 5 says that you can place motions on from third to second reading with 2/3 majority. It doesn't really say anything about from first to second. Also, I don't want it to be 2/3. I want it to be 1/2. So, and I don't really want to change the third to second reading. I just wanted to create a new line saying if it fails first, it can go to second with the majority vote of the Senate. Because I feel like if a majority of the Senate wants to see something, then that probably means it's merited to be seen. So yeah, that's it.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Collazo.
Would you be amendable to moving your amendment to the procedure and readings of measures? It's just, in my interpretation, this part of our Senate rules is just defining stuff, not necessarily explaining a procedure. And what you're including is a procedure, a vote essentially, to move legislation if it doesn't pass favorably. So would you be amendable to moving it to the bottom section?
Yeah, if you could just do that for me, I'll see it as a friendly, because you're better formatting than I am.
All right, any further questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All right, Claudio.
I will be voting against this amendment so Robert's Rules does already allow for discharging a committee of a bill, and our Senate rules just say when it's reported out of a committee, it goes on second reading. Now, Robert's Rules does require a 2/3 vote to discharge, as was mentioned. However, I believe that that is important because we have entrusted the committee with that job to make sure that it is ready for the floor. And if the floor decides that a committee either has handled it improperly or not really done their due diligence, I believe that that is an opinion that the overwhelming majority of the floor should hold, not just a simple majority.
All right, Courts.
I just wanted to give like a point of clarification because Vice Chair Varela did say that he didn't see where it said that it could be moved from whatever to second reading. It is 503 subsection, oh my gosh, C2.
Varela.
As I clarified in my speech, that's 2/3. I wanted to make it 1/2. Yeah, and again, that's the reason for the amendment, not to give it the ability just because it should be 1/2, I think.
All right, is there any further debate? Vinesh.
May I retain?
Not yet.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'll vote in favor for this amendment. I think it's pretty okay.
All right, Richmond, Colazo.
I will also be voting in favor of this amendment. I think if a simple majority wants to see it, that's what it takes to pass on the floor. So if they're saying that they believe it's going to further benefit the student body by a simple half, which is what they need to pass it already, I think that's no brainer, and we need to be focused on the students. And I think if more than half of the body thinks it's going to be a betterment for the student body, then we should respect that.
Colazo.
I don't know how to do this because I moved it. So can it just be seen as a friendly?
Yeah. If Varela sees it as a friendly. Sounds good. All right, Lazo.
I don't know. I think for consistency's sake, it should be the 2/3 majority. And I think by having this amendment, it kind of undermines the authority of the committees. We've elected these or appointed these people to these specific committees, understanding and trusting them to see these measures and understand that they can vet for us what deserves to be seen on the floor or not. And if it's just not going to be proper material for either the floor or for the student body, I am trusting these committees to do that. I think requiring that simple majority rather than the 2/3 majority that is stipulated in the rest of the bill just kind of undermines their authority. And I'm not really too comfortable doing that to any one committee. It's for that I'll be voting in negation of the amendment.
Okay. Seeing no further hands, I'll take a motion. Courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 18 to 14 to 0, the amendment passes. And then Wanjin.
Move to see my amendments.
There's been a motion to see Wanjin's amendments. Wait, I only see one.
It's the reason I said amendments is because I also unstruck through the phrase next to it. So.
Got it. Okay. All right. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Basically, this is just making it so that second reading does not permanently fail a measure. I know that that's like the point, but I've seen multiple times within Senate, specifically with fiscal bills, where we have failed a fiscal bill for some reason on second reading, and then new information has come to light on third, or specifically relating to like times when people have failed a fiscal bill because of the content of the speaker. And then Brody and Shane come and say, you really can't do that. So we have to see it again on third. And then it still barely passes. So I would really like to avoid getting the UCF sued because of our actions with fiscal bills. So that's the main reason I'm trying to do this. If people have other thoughts, feel free to share.
Okay, we're now line for questioning. Colazo.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All right, I'll do Colazo, Gaudio, Varela.
I don't necessarily agree with the amendment. I do, however, see the concern, and I think it's been mentioned in this chamber before. Where I'll just vote no now, and then when things change in third reading, like I'll change my vote to yes. Well, now this kind of forces us to, no, let's just postpone and then get back to it, or table it and things like that. I'm a really big fan of this bill, and I think that we should stick to, if a measure passes, it passes, and we move on. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And there's always a motion to reconsider or reintroduce the measure. There's a lot of loopholes that we can do. I will be voting in favor of this amendment.
Gaudio. Okay, Varela.
Yeah, I think this amendment's important just because, like, I know some committees, like ROS, sometimes when we just don't know or need more information on a bill, we just say no and say we're gonna let Senate handle it. And I feel like that's something that a few committees can do. I think that immediately failing a measure when it gets voted no on, I think that kind of takes away from some of the legislative process, because then a lot of the Senate will never see that bill and never get to inquire on their own, right? Because committees are only like what 6-7 people usually. Ours is like 3 people, so that's a lot of power over the whole finance code to give the 3 people, and ROS isn't really ever going to be that large. I think we've determined over these last few years. So I just think it's important that, while a committee's ruling is important for favorably or unfavorably, and I think we should take that into consideration when thinking and voting on a bill. I think that it is important for it to go to Senate so the rest of Senate can have their opinion, see it, just to make sure that we're doing our full due diligence and making sure this is either a bad or a good piece of legislation that will make the student body better or worse.
What's that?
Can I direct a question to Vice Chair Varela?
You may.
Because I know you're well versed in political matters and I'm not. In the state legislature, if a bill dies in committee, does it go to the floor?
Usually in the state legislature, if a bill dies in committee, it's withdrawn. That's just how they do. But also it is my interpretation of the way our federal and state systems work, that bills, the way committees are structured is to give the ruling party more political power over which measures get passed. That's why, like, in Florida legislature, some bills are never seen in committee. So this is one of those instances, even though I usually say, hey, always follow state and federal government because that's what we're modeled after. This is one of those things where, like, I would wish the state and federal government were different because it kind of gives the ruling party too much power over controlling what happens. So yeah, this is one of those times where I'll say we don't really have to follow state and federal government because it's not a great system.
Okay. Seeing no further debate, reports.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none or non-voting procedures on the amendments. All right, with the vote count of 25 to 5 to 2, the amendment passes. Colazzo, is that your amendment?
I move to see my amendment.
All right, there's a motion to see Dela Colazzo's amendment. Any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw? All right, yeah, we did just, because didn't we just kind of see an amendment like this? Like that was what your amendment was? Okay, well, we're just gonna, you have 2 minutes, Varela.
Yeah, I feel like we just debated on this. We did have the conversation, should it be 2/3, should it be majority? The amendment passed that we should have a simple majority. There was reasoning given by Eli Richmond, which I think is very strong, that if a measure has a majority to be seen on the floor, it's probably going to pass. I don't think it should take 2/3 of a Senate vote to override a committee when clearly a measure is favorable enough that the majority, it would pass on the floor anyway. Again, we just saw this. I don't think we should reconsider this question. I think it's a bit of a waste of time because, again, we literally, like 10 minutes ago, just saw the same question. So I yield.
I'm gonna let Green check in.
President voting.
Senator Green, present and voting, so noted at 10:59 p.m.
One more thing. Sorry. Maddie. So
Wait.
when I walked in, I sort of absentmindedly, I'm sorry, may I direct a question to Maddie?
Do you have to do it right now?
I can wait.
Okay. You have 2 minutes. Colazzo.
I don't think this question was answered because I think a lot of us were in the room wanting to consider 2/3. It was just like the amendment was like never made. And I think to be consistent with our Senate rules, I think it should be 2/3. And I also think that we are wasting time with the objection procedure instead of just considering the amendment because we're technically considering the amendment right now. With that, I yield.
All right, we're now in a period of debate. Gaudio.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? See none. We're in voting procedures. Objection is Varela. That means we will not see the amendment. The motion is Colazzo. That means we will. It's not voting on if the amendment is passing. Now we'll be voting to even see the amendment. All right, with a vote count of 23 to 9 to 0, the objection holds, so we will not see this amendment. Varela.
The vote on the bill?
There's been a motion to vote on the bill. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 31 to 1 to 0, resolution 5636 passes on second reading. All right, we got this. Proclamation. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay, sorry, I got confused. Okay. Proclamation 5657, proclamation recognizing UCF's progress towards reaching STARS gold status. Senator Sherman, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so this is a proclamation that recognizes both UCF's progress and future efforts towards reaching STARS gold status, which basically STARS is a self-reporting framework for universities to report their sustainability efforts, and they'll get rated based on like a rating through bronze through platinum, as well as a composite score from 1 to 100. And so UCF first reported in 2017, where it obtained silver status, and it's kept its silver status to now, while steadily increasing its composite score. And now the new campus master plan for 2025 through 2035 pledges that UCF will reach gold status by 2027, and outlines several initiatives to reach this goal in areas including land use, transportation, infrastructure, and conservation, and as well as Chair Lipner's previous resolution saying that fair trade, that also will count towards this. But in general, it is important that as student government, we recognize this effort, because reaching STARS gold status is a big deal. I believe we would be the first public university in Florida to do this. And so it would help students, take pride in our university and recognize that sustainability efforts are cared about by our administration. So I use this question.
All right, we're now in for questioning. Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? Banesh?
Everty.
You may.
I feel like this is an excellent proclamation. I feel like it's good that UCF would, work towards being the first Florida university. I feel like Florida has been in the spotlight a lot recently because of their sustainability issues and conservation and whatnot. So I feel like this is a great step into a positive direction. And with that, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 32 to 0 to 0, proclamation 5657 passes on second reading. All right, proclamation 5658, proclamation recognizing the practice of composting at the University of Central Florida. Senator Reed and Senator Candeloro, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hi everyone. So this proclamation highlights and celebrates sustainability efforts led by UCF Dining Services, Student Union, and O-Town Compost, and encourages students to participate in composting and food waste reduction initiatives. It includes how UCF offers composting opportunities during the academic year with drop-off locations and collection at dining halls, as well as the success of a composting pilot at 63 South Dining Hall that was launched in 2024, leading to an expansion in 2025 to Nitros. And over 60,000 pounds of food waste have been diverted from landfills since the program began. And I yield.
All right, we're now in for questioning. Any questions? Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Collazo.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 32 to 0 to 0, proclamation 5658 passes on second reading. All right, proclamation 5659, proclamation recognizing May 27th, 2025 as Memorial Day. Chair Kringle, and he's not here. Okay, Collazo.
Hi, everyone. So in terms of this Memorial Day proclamation, so Memorial Day is not just a holiday, it's a solemn day of remembrance, a day when our country pauses to honor the men and women of the military who made the ultimate sacrifice in the name of freedom and democracy. The origins of Memorial Day stretch back to the aftermath of the Civil War, when communities began the tradition of decorating the graves of fallen soldiers. That tradition continues today as a powerful reminder that our liberty has come at a great cost. UCF is home to veterans, active duty service members, ROTC cadets, and military families, all of whom are part of a legacy of service and sacrifice. As students, leaders, and members of the university, we have the responsibility to ensure that all stories and sacrifices of the fallen are never forgotten. We've written this proclamation as a commitment to that remembrance.
Any questions? Courts?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Banesh?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 32 to 0, Proclamation 5659 passes on second reading. All right, Proclamation 5660, Proclamation recognizing the continued progress in recycling education and participation on campus. Chair Lipner, Pro Tem Marcia, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Senators. While I'm not able to be here with you in person, I'm deeply grateful for the chance to share a few words on this proclamation in tandem with others drafted by the Sustainability Caucus to highlight a vital and often underappreciated part of what makes UCF not only a leading university, but a forward-thinking community. Every day, whether we're walking across campus, grabbing food from 63 South, or throwing something away in a hallway, we're engaging with a system that reflects years of careful planning, commitment, and innovation. The UCF Recycles program is one of the largest and most accessible university recycling infrastructures in the state. With over 600 recycling receptacles across campus, and with a growing commitment to composting and specialty recycling, UCF has made sustainable action not only available, but visible. We often hear about sustainability in the abstract, but at UCF, it's tangible. It's in the reverse vending machines that support Nightthon. It's in the food waste being composted behind the scenes at our dining halls. It's in the partnerships with Nice Pantry and the Arboretum that ensures donations go to students instead of landfills. This proclamation recognizes the extraordinary work being done by the facilities operations, the Office of Sustainability Initiatives, and countless others, not just for managing waste, but for creating a culture of responsibility and resourcefulness. But this is also a call to action. These programs only succeed when students, staff, and faculty participate, and when incoming students are equipped with the knowledge to do their part from day one. That's why this proclamation urges recycling education to be included in orientation programs, and why we encourage everyone to actively support UCF sustainability efforts. Our recycling bins are more than just containers. They are small symbols of a much larger mission. And today we recognize that mission with the appreciation and visibility it deserves. Thank you for considering this proclamation, and thank you for continuing to support cleaner, greener, and more engaged UCF.
All right, Hamid,
I have 3 questions.
go ahead.
Okay, so first question. Did Chair Lipner tell you why for 2 of the whereas clauses he decided to use bullet points instead of just making it one line?
No, but I've noticed that formatting is consistent with Chair Lipner's. I think he just uses bullet points to make it cleaner instead of just putting it all in one paragraph.
Okay, next question. So for one of them, at the end of this is more of a grammar question. At the end of the second whereas clause with all the bullet points, they end in a semicolon, but for the first whereas clause, they don't end in a semicolon. Should they be consistent, or does that not matter?
They should end in semicolons.
And then last one, I know in one of the therefore be it resolved clauses, it talks about urging someone to do something. Shouldn't that be more of a resolution compared to a proclamation?
So the speech might have, speech resolution, but well, yes, but this is what we're seeing.
Lazo.
I have a question to Chair Henry. Can you repeat that grammar question about the semicolons again?
Yeah, so the first whereas clause with all the bullet points, the bullet points don't end in semicolons, but on the second whereas clause with all the bullet points, they do end in semicolons. Does that matter, or?
Okay, so because that whereas clause has that primary colon and that is a listing that is proper in that first whereas clause, and the second one shouldn't have the semicolon since they're also being listed under that primary colon. And I can go ahead and make those amendments.
Thank you. I love grammar.
Mm-hmm.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion.
Never mind.
Okay. Colazo.
Direct question to Chair Hamid.
You may.
Was Chair Lipner present when SBA reviewed this proclamation?
To my knowledge, yes, but I was also not at that meeting, so I might have to yield to Deezer Lazo.
Repeat the question.
I think I got you were at the Capitol, weren't you? Yeah.
Okay. Any further questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Courts.
Motion to move to debate.
Is there a motion to move to debate? Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Okay, Lazo, Court.
Just motion to see my amendment, removing association. We're not SGA anymore.
I'm gonna see that as a technical.
Move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 32 to 0, Proclamation 5660 passes on second reading. All right, next up, Proclamation 5661, Proclamation recognizing April 12th through April 20th, 2025 as Passover. Senator Rubin, you have 5 minutes.
Hey guys, this proclamation recognizes Passover, which begins this weekend and lasts through next week. Passover, in Hebrew known as Pesach, is a very significant holiday in Judaism, reminding Jewish people of our biblical history and celebrating freedom, justice, and renewal. Senator Lipner included many facts about Passover, and I encourage you to read through the whereas clauses to educate yourself further on the holiday. We funded multiple events through fiscal bills for students who observe this holiday, and those are listed towards the bottom of the proclamation. And with that, I urge you all to vote in favor, and I yield my time for questioning.
All right, we're now on for questioning. Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Gumrov.
Looks fantastic. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 33 to 0, Proclamation 5661 passes on second reading. Proclamation 5662, Proclamation recognizing April as Arab Heritage Month. Chair Al-Quda, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello for the last time, and it's only 11:13. Doing pretty good. Anyways, this proclamation recognizes April as Arab American Heritage Month and honors the significant contributions of Arab Americans to our nation. With over 3.7 million Arab Americans in the U.S., their impact is felt across every field, from arts and sciences to business, politics, and social justice. From the early waves of immigrants seeking opportunity to today's diverse community, Arab Americans have shaped America's identity. In 2022, President Biden declared April as Arab American Heritage Month, recognizing the importance of honoring this community's rich history and culture. This month celebrates the achievements and diverse traditions of Arab Americans and fosters a greater understanding and respect among all communities. The Arab American Community Center hosted a very successful event on April 6th, which was the Orlando Arab Festival, and it was a wonderful opportunity to experience the vibrant culture of the community. Recognizing Arab American Heritage Month is important because it not only honors the profound contributions of Arab Americans, but also fosters a deeper understanding and appreciation of Arab culture, history, and values. And with that, I yield the rest of my time.
All right, we're now in for questioning. Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? Banesh?
Beautiful, beautiful proclamation. Can I move to vote?
Not yet.
Psych.
Okay. Lazo.
I just have 2 amendments. One's a technical, it just added the TH to the 19th century, and then the other one is, I guess, a grammatical technical. Migration caused famine. The migration caused phrase doesn't need to be there because you already have the mass migration part at the beginning of the whereas clause. So.
Okay. Y'all see the TH as a technical, and then are you okay? Like to you, that doesn't change the meaning of anything. Okay, then I'll say that as technical too. Okay, Banesh.
Move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 31 to 0. Proclamation 56. Oh wait, these are the no, they're not. Proclamation 5662 passes on second reading. All right. So, all right, Senate Forum. I probably will not call a special session then because I think we did good tonight. All right, Senate Forum. DSR Lazo.
Okay, two things sort of. I dropped this in my announcements. Ah, wait, the link disappeared. Okay, scroll back up to my announcements. There's a link there. I need you guys to drop any pictures from Senate events or Senate hangouts that you have. I'm doing that for a little surprise for next week. I'm not gonna spoil it, but that's it. Thank you for if you do that. Time for my real forum though. You guys are public figures. You're publicly elected. You're publicly live streamed. The walls are watching us right now. You can get public records requested. The charge is here every day. They're every day in the office practically. So not understanding the directly front-facing role that you all play in SG scares me a little bit. Since we are part of the media. We're not campus celebrities. We're not like Milk Maniac levels. But you do have to watch what you say in front of a camera or when you're recorded because that's something that stays on the internet forever. So anything that you say in any sort of piece of media, the YouTube live streams, anyone can scroll back to that, whether that's an employer or just a person looking up who you are. That is on the internet forever. It's unscrubbable, basically. So you are public figures, and that's why I made that media bill, just because it's not just in Senate what you do, it's what you do outside of it as well.
All right, Shen.
Yeah, kind of just to second what Lazo said. I don't want to bring up a sore subject, but don't forget about the situation at the beginning of the year. Nearly everyone I know was talking about that. There was Reddit posts, etc. I've heard people I don't even know talk about that. Also, SG's more under eyes than ever because of the last election, the social media forward campaigns. And I will be the first to admit that a lot of students do not read the charge. This is very true. But as Lazo just said, you search somebody's name in the internet, article's going to come up. It doesn't matter how many people read it. You put my name to the internet, you'll find an article about me, etc., etc. Employers are going to look at that. Companies are going to look at that. Grad schools will look at that. So, yeah. And also, I get it's the end, guys, but let's be positive and not get mad at each other for asking questions because that is our job.
Varela.
Yeah, I'm not gonna read what I pasted in the forum out loud just because for time's sake, but I highly recommend you all read it. It's just some general thoughts I had after reading this review. On the Spark Notes is that I was kind of confused because I feel like nothing I actually said was addressed. I would love to know what the council thought about my arguments. Unfortunately, I don't know because none of my arguments were addressed. So I just want to put that out there. If you have any questions or some more of my deeper thoughts on this, just come to me privately or teams me. That's fine. Just generally, I thought I'll get these concerns out there because I'm just kind of confused about the whole thing. So, yeah.
Okay. Gaudio.
A little lighthearted, guys. My senior design aircraft flew and it was awesome. Check out those pictures. It's so cool. That thing can carry like 8 pounds. We put a year of work into that thing. I just need validation. Sorry. It's awesome.
Richmond.
Whoa, sorry, I've been sick. If y'all only 26 people came last meeting, but you would have saw me dying. Should have been there, but we didn't. Yeah, shade on y'all. But my thesis defense is on Wednesday. Be there, be square. Gaudio saw some of it back in the day because Gaudio is my #1 supporter, and Allison Pullman hates me.
What? I was about to ask, are they like open to the public?
Yeah, my thesis chair is inviting too many people, so I need my friends to show up. And not that y'all are my friends, but Allison, you are. But he's inviting the dean of. I don't even want to know.
All right. You have a thing to say that?
Might I ask where and when
Yeah, I
your
was gonna
thesis
say
is?
that too.
I'll put in the PDF right now.
Sounds good. Okay, Colazo.
I will say in response to the judicial opinion that came out in response to the author's concerns, I think in my interpretation after reading the opinion, I think their overall decision was we already went over this and we're ruling the same. and I think that's what they mean. I know it's a lot of verbiage and a lot of words, and it's just a lot of distraction. But I think when you look at section 2, the a matter judged, I think that's the important part. They essentially already ruled, so they're not going to like change the ruling in a way. So I think that's why they didn't recognize your arguments, because this matter has already been ruled or judged.
Varela.
Just quickly say that both in my brief and my oral argument, I challenged that this is different, and they kind of just ignored that and said, sorry, we're not going to talk about that.
Okay. Metellus.
I just wanted to say, on a more lighthearted note, last week was my fraternity's Founders Week, celebrating 39 honorable years. Yes. Yeah, I just wanted to do a little shout out.
All right. Anyone else wishing to speak in Senate Forum? Okay. Well, I'll go really quick. Next week is going to be the last meeting, which is like really weird to think about, but I'm planning based on how tonight went. I feel good. I don't think I'm going to get head nods. I don't think we're going to need a special session. I think we're good. Yeah. Okay. So we'll be here next week. And then we'll probably be saying a little bit more words about, end of the session next week. But yep. Yeah. So excited to see everyone next week. I think we'll get time to say it, but in case we don't, thanks for a great session. I really haven't had a chance to kind of put my thoughts together, but 1 week left. Okay. Senate Deliberations 9, Advisor's Report, Brody.
All right. Hey, everybody. Not much from me, but we had our 57th session Senate orientation last weekend. So that was great. Thanks for everybody that came out and engaged with everything we did. And if you were at last year's 56th session Senate orientation, I have the letters that you wrote to yourself. So I will give these back to you. I don't know what you wrote in your letters. You could have written anything. But the prompts were something about what goals you had for the year, what was going to make the year successful, how did you want to grow over the next year. So I would encourage you to remember that as you're reading them and think about, did you accomplish those goals? And did you accomplish other goals that were surprising or unexpected? Did you grow in ways that were expected or unexpected? Or, what surprised you about kind of looking back at your previous expectations? Snag your letter on the way out. And a few of the people that are not in Senate anymore, I'm going to put those out here. So if you were like, oh, they're not in Senate anymore, but I know them and hang out with them or see them, feel free to take one of those and take them with you. That would be really helpful to me. Thanks.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, Maddie, do you want to say something?
Sure. What's up? I'm not gonna be here next week. Very sad. So this is gonna be my last meeting with you all. Kind of crazy. I was in the 54th, 50. Was I? No, I wasn't in the 54th. Was I in the 50? No. Oh, I was, because this is a 56th. So yes, 3 Senate sessions down. Kind of crazy. But this is my replacement. Her name is Madavi, and she's going to take very good care of you all. I'm really excited. Be nice to her. But she's going to be great. Quick learner. I'm going to miss you all. Hopefully I can make it to passing of the gavel and we can be sappy then. I also defended my thesis today, so that was very epic. So thank you. So if anyone needs any support on their hut, I'm here. I'm happy to help you. And then this is a cat tonight because you guys were so fast and efficient. Okay. Oh, Madavi.
I just want to say, hey, everybody, I am very much looking forward to working with you all and next year, all the returners. So if you need anything, I'm here.
Thanks. Buckle up, girl.
I got the warmest welcome. They're like, welcome, you're going to hate it here.
Who said that?
I love you.
Okay. Gumra.
I have a quick question. When and where is passing the gavels? Just a reminder.
Oh gosh, I think it's in the Pegasus.
Tuesday, 5:30.
Yeah, 5:30 is when the doors open, right? or like 5 or something. 5 is, thank you. 5 is when the doors open, starts at 6. Yeah, Pegasus Ball. April 15th. Make sure you RSVP'd. I think it's past the deadline though, so. Wait, really? Okay, we can just recap this after. Okay. All right, miscellaneous business. We're gonna do Danny's trip down. Second to last time.
Yeah, I just want to say, guys, next week, like, please, like, I want to struggle next week trying to pick somebody. But third place is Rodriguez because I just like the fit today. Second place is Collazo because suit and tie. Yes. And then first place is Alcuda because you've worn that before, but every time you do it, it eats down. So yes, knee-high boots. And yeah, that's it for me.
All right. I'll take a motion. Who hasn't really done it? I feel like Lazo hasn't done it. You can go ahead.
And I am graduating, so thank you. Motion to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn the meeting pending final roll call. Any objections? Okay, seeing none, court.
Lazo.
And then be quiet too.
Lazo.
Present.
Reed. Corelli. Thoss. Morozov.
Present.
Lim. Joliker.
Present.
Kringle. Sherman.
Present.
Smith. Present. Chair Hernandez. Present. Muratov.
I am here.
Connolly. Gumarov.
Present.
Hamid.
Present.
Kaufman.
Present.
Rudy.
Present.
Lush.
Present.
Gadius. I gotta stop laughing. Metellus.
Present.
Rose.
Present.
Rickett. Chalhan. Escobar. Naguib.
Present.
Wanjin. Johnson.
Present.
Patel.
Present.
Widerberg.
Present.
Green.
Present.
Hendry. Rubin.
Present.
Borges.
Here.
Alcuda.
Present.
Ganesh.
Here.
Condoloro. Present. Collazo.
Present.
Rodriguez.
Present.
Janadra. Pullman.
Present.
Brenda.
Present.
Richmond.
Present.
Shen.
Present.
Varela.
Present.
Vasquez. Lipner. Morset.
Present.
35 out of 48 quorum is verified.
All right, I adjourn this meeting at 11:28 p.m.